pick up a kilo or two. They're not going to pick up a full.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Yes, good morning. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Tuesday, the 7th of October. A big hello to you, wherever you may be listening, on your local SEN Track or RSN dials, or on the new RSN app, or, of course, on the SEN app, or if you're watching us streaming live, all thanks to Bet365 on the SEN app, our YouTube channel and our Facebook page. What a great time of the year it is, obviously, with the carnivals in full swing now, with football over, with the NRL Grand Final played there on the Sunday night. Racing does take centre stage, both now in Sydney and in Melbourne. We've got the most anticipated trial in the history of racing coming up just after 9 o'clock at Randwick, where the world's best sprinter, Kane Rising, steps out for the first time on Australian turf in preparation for the Everest. He takes on Mr. Brightside, Fangirl, and a couple of his Everest rivals in Jolly Star and also, of course, Angel Capital. And it was a big morning at Caulfield. We'll catch up with all of the latest there at the Heath with some gallops there ahead of Caulfield Guineas Day, with the start of the Caulfield Carnival happening on Saturday with the Guineas, the Might and Power. At the moment, there's only 3 or 4 horses in that Might and Power. It looks like it's a match race between Buckaroo and Treasure at the moment. You've got the Scalacci as well. Clayton Douglas will join us a little later on to have a chat about Giga Kick, who worked nicely there at Caulfield this morning. So there's plenty to discuss. We'll catch up with Adam Blenko as well. Looking forward to that, just to understand what the ratings meant from the weekend, especially from the Turnbull Stakes, which saw Sir Delius deliver another dominant performance. Zach Purton will join us after 9 o'clock along with Sam Fairgrave from Yulong. We'll find you some winners there at the Metro meetings on a Wednesday afternoon with the midweek masterclass team. Guy Mulcaster will join us, of course, for Mulcaster Bloodstock with the breeding Bloodstock and Banter segment here on Giddy Up now, and there's plenty to discuss with Guy. We've got the Bet365 Country Racing Hour between 10 and 11. In between that, we'll have the barrier draw for the Caulfield Guineas, which will be live. Of course, we'll take that just after 10 o'clock, and then we'll talk some harness racing. There's a couple of big announcements in the sport of harness racing. So Tim O'Connor from HRV and Anthony Butt will join me for Facing the Breeze. But our first guest is going to be Ed Crisford, because obviously they've got Meydan engaged in the Caulfield Cup on Saturday week. Simon and Ed Crisford, of course, train in partnership, the father and son combination. And Meydan is going to be a big chance, I would imagine, in that Caulfield Cup. He's probably the best international hope in that race. He's currently at $11 with Bet365. I reckon those odds won't last too long, because most of those horses in that all-in market won't be going around anyway at the top of the market there for this year's Caulfield Cup. Half Yours is the dominant favourite around that $3.50 quote. At 6 minutes past 8, he's been good enough to stay up and wait for us this morning. He obviously is in Newmarket, Ed Crisford, so we'll catch up with Ed right now here on Giddy Up to kick off, of course, this Tuesday show. Let's kick off our show on this Tuesday morning and head to Newmarket in England to catch up with Ed Crisford. Of course, his father Simon trains in partnership with him, and they've got this son of Frankel by the name of Meydan, who's the best international hope, they tell us anyway, for Saturday week's Caulfield Cup. And Ed joins us now. Good morning, Ed, or good evening to you, mate. Thanks for staying up for us.
Good morning, Gareth. Yeah, no worries at all. It's only 8 p.m. here, so I'm just about to have my dinner.
Oh, there you go. It's been a busy time for you. You've got obviously some feature racing right across Europe at the moment, but you've also got the sales happening at Newmarket.
Yeah, it's always an incredibly busy time of year. Yearling sales, as you say, and runners in Paris and America and England. So yeah, it's busy time, but it's good to be busy.
And are you keeping a close eye on Meydan? Obviously, he's here in Australia at the moment at Werribee. How's he travelled across, and how's his first week and a bit been?
Yeah, no, of course, keeping a very close eye. We've got Paul, Holly, and Steve down with him, who brought Westwind Blows down, so they know the drill at Werribee. But he's travelled super. Really, really pleased with him. He took the flight great, put all his weight back on, and he's enjoying it down there.
I guess the easy comparison for us here in Australia with a few of the horses that you've been able to bring here with some success is Without a Fight that went to Anthony and Sam Freedman. Of course, Meydan, stablemate, was Westwind Blows as well, who had some good success here without winning in Australia. So how could you compare Meydan to those two horses?
Well, they're quite similar sort of horses on form.
Yeah.
But I think Meydan sort of hasn't been as consistent maybe as Westwind Blows before he came down. Although maybe he's still got it all ahead of him. You know, Westwind Blows ran in a lot of top races before he came down. When Meydan, we've just taken a more easier route. But I think on sort of form and ability, they're quite similar.
Okay. What kind of horse is he then? Does he sit on pace? Does he need to be looked after in the early part? What can we expect from him when he gets to Caulfield?
Well, I think he's quite a straightforward character, really. He probably just likes to be tucked in behind the leaders and get a bit of a toe into it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be sort of too worried and too thinking about the whole sort of how the race is going to develop until I see the draw and everything like that. But he's a straightforward horse, and you can put him anywhere in the race.
What kind of ground does he want?
Well, he's won and he's run on all sorts,
yeah.
Firm, good to firm, and sort of soft ground. I always thought he might be a little bit better getting his toe in, but I don't think it's an issue, again, if it's sort of maybe just on the quick side.
Yeah. So he'll head to the Caulfield Cup, and then I think you want to push on to the Melbourne Cup. Is he a better Caulfield Cup chance than he is a Melbourne Cup chance?
Well, I think it's hard to tell, really. I think Caulfield, this is a target for him for sure. Yeah. And I'm not saying the Melbourne Cup's an afterthought, but he's never run over that distance before, even though we think he'll definitely stay the Melbourne Cup trip. But, you know, I think first and foremost, you know, let's see how he runs at Caulfield. Let's see how he takes to Australian racing, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. And Andre had seen he's been booked to ride, is that right?
Yeah, Andrea's going to ride him. he's ridden a lot for us up here in Europe. We know him well, and he goes down well in Australia.
Yeah.
And we wanted someone that could actually ride him in both races.
Yeah.
And I know it's sort of Caulfield Cup's day is the same day as the Everest. And just trying to pin a jockey down looked quite difficult. So we just thought, look, we'd go someone we knew.
It must be exciting to have another horse come to Australia. Obviously, you've had success here before without tasting the ultimate success. Surely Meydan might be the horse, hopefully, that can help you achieve that.
Well, let's hope so. We've had, as you say, we've had some near misses, and as you say, we bought without a fight down, and we ran him on that soft ground, and a year later he's winning the Melbourne Cup and the Caulfield Cup, beating Western Blows. So, I think we're due a winner down there.
Yeah. And Meydan,
but it's
sorry, mate.
Sorry,
you go on. Sorry, I thought.
No, I was just saying. But I think Meydan, he's got all the qualities as those two other guys did. And I think he's, as I said, he's travelled well, and so far so good. And that's half the battle when you're travelling horses.
So the big question is, Dave Eustace is in Hong Kong now. So who's picking you up from the airport?
I know. Yeah. I'm going to have to stay in a hotel this time, which is a nightmare.
When do you get here?
Do you know what? We've got the yearling sales.
Yes.
This week, and next week, and book 2 finishes Wednesday evening, and I'm going to jump on a plane, so I'll be down the Friday before the race.
Oh, perfect. And will you stay on as we head towards the Melbourne Cup, or do you go back and forth?
I'll go back because there's more sales back in England.
Yeah,
and then if we're Melbourne Cup bounds, I'll be straight back down.
Beautiful. Have you had a look at the other internationals? Do you think that there's any rivals to Meydan there from an international perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, but I mean, One Smooth Operator's a good horse.
Yeah.
Absurd, I would say he probably maybe is a more Melbourne Cup type of horse, but again, I'm sure Willie's got big plans for him. But yeah, I mean, I think on maybe a raw ability, Meydan would be higher rated than them.
Yeah. Well,
But again, look, it's all very different when you get down and you're weighted accordingly. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a very interesting race, and we're very looking forward to be a part of it and excited to be back down in Oz.
Well, we're excited to have you, mate. It's your horse has been heavily supported. A couple of our international form gurus identified your horse about 50 to 1 on the show a few weeks ago, and before you know it, he was into $15, and now he's $11 with Bet365 for the Caulfield Cup. And I think most think that we've got a horse called Half Yours that's come a long way for Calvin and Tony McAvoy in the space of 6 months, and he's now he ran a bottler in a Turnbull, so
ran a great race in the Turnbull, didn't he? Flying at the finish.
So he might be, and there's a lot of horses in the market that won't be going there at the moment, so he might be as short as $3 maybe as we get closer to the race. And I think that from a form perspective, we don't think any of the locals can beat Half Yours, so it's basically up to you to challenge him, I reckon.
I mean, I thought we were slightly going in under the radar until about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I thought, great, 50 to 1, perfect. No one's going to be even looking at him. But then, of course, since then, a few people have come out and sort of tipped him up. And the form of his last race, running against Calpana and Giavalletta, and, they ran blinders in the Arc. Giavalletta was 4th and Calpana, I think, was 7th or something.
Yeah.
So, they ran some very good races in Paris. So I think it's up there with some of the best form.
I reckon it might be the first time in Caulfield Cup history, however, that a horse has arrived in Australia or arrived on Caulfield Cup Day and had synthetic form and won the Caulfield Cup. I don't think we've ever seen that before. I
mean, to be honest, like Charlie Fellows used to use that race a lot with Prince of Arran before he came down. And I think the thing with that race, it's just perfect timing before you go into quarantine.
Yeah.
Because there's actually not many other sort of 1.5 mile plus races around that time.
Yeah.
So it's sort of just how it is, really. And Kempton's a beautiful track, and
Yep.
we use it a lot for that sort of purpose. So yeah, I mean, I suppose if you're taking how Prince of Arran ran down there, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, and it's a Group 3, and as you point out, that form lines there at Kempton Park and that September Stakes have shone through, especially there on Sunday in the Arc de Triomphe. Hey, we appreciate your time, Ed. We wish you the best of luck, and we look forward to seeing you drinking plenty of Red Bulls and coffee by the time you arrive here in Australia, just before, of course, the Caulfield
I'm sure
Cup.
it will be.
But I imagine the adrenaline will be running strongly, mate. And yeah, you've got a great chance in the Caulfield Cup, and looking forward to seeing him there on Saturday week.
No, well, brilliant, Gareth. Well, look, thanks for having me on, and we'll catch up soon.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for that. There's Ed Crisford there joining us live from Newmarket. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with plenty more here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning.
last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Eduardo and Nature Strip head and head up the rise, and a thriller here on the Everest, and Nature Strip given the cue by McDonald, and the champ races to the lead by a length on Eduardo. Private Eyes running on, then came over past Shades of Rose, Jacquino and Giga Kick. Nature Strip a length in front, Private Eye, Giga Kick down the outside wins the Everest. The unbeaten 3-year-old's done it.
Yeah, that was back in 2022 when he took out, of course, the Everest in spectacular fashion as a 3-year-old Giga Kick. He was second in last year's Everest, but he won't be going there this year, I don't think, anyway. He'll be concentrating on some of the big features in Victoria, and he was the star of the show there this morning at Caulfield with some track gallops, and his trainer Clayton Douglas joins us here on Giddy Up this Tuesday morning. Good morning to you, Clayton.
G'day, Gareth.
Just looked at some vision there of the big chestnut. Looks like he enjoyed himself this morning.
He did, yeah. He had a good time. There was a good crowd there actually this morning, and surface was beautiful. It was a really good morning for gallops, and he looked to be moving really well.
It seems like this preparation, in a way, the pressure's off. There's no Everest to talk about, and he's had a slow build up to a spring, and you get to start in probably one of his most easiest assignments that he's seen for quite some time in a Scalacci this Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's obviously been flying under the radar a little bit, you could say, and kicking off in a Scalacci first up. Last preparation he was sort of tuned up straight first up into the Goodwood. So it's much like you say, it's a bit of an easier kick-off for him, but a little bit of a different approach. He's had the one jump out leading into his first up run, so you'd think there's improvement to come, but he's going well, and I'm really happy with him.
So he is in for a campaign that will see him just in Victoria, of course. So is it Scalacci into Flemington, then maybe to Caulfield for a CF4 Stakes? Is that the plan?
Yeah, that's probably the plan at this stage.
Yeah.
There's the other option is the McEwen on Cox Plate Day.
Yep.
If we feel we need him to sort of send him there. So it'll probably just determine how he goes Saturday. But yeah, they're of the obvious options for him, and it'll be good to see him in Melbourne this spring.
Since that Everest victory back in 22 as a 3-year-old, you've had your problems with him. He's won some nice races, of course. I remember that all-age race where he was dominant. But he's always had his problems. Right now, do you think that you've got him in his best possible physical shape for a long time?
Yeah, I've been really happy with him this time around. He's moving well. We haven't had that real hard, strenuous prep trying to get him towards an Everest. Obviously, he would have gone sort of Concord into a Premier by now, and just post that Queensland preparation, been able to just sort of give him that slow build, and I think it's really done the horse's body wonders this time around. I've just been able to take my time with him, and that's why he's only had the one jump out. He's had plenty of work, but just felt that we could have done enough, and he's sort of ready to go to the races to be running well first up. So do you expect him to win the Scalacci then? He's a good quality horse, Gareth. He's obviously going to be, I would say he'd be very hard to beat. Yeah. It's just a matter of, might be a couple of race fit horses like Arabian Summer or Tropicus, or one of those horses that might just have the edge on him first up. But I do know that he should be running very well, and if he gets the right breaks, there's no reason why he couldn't be winning, I wouldn't be thinking. Yeah, it's exciting, mate, isn't he? And isn't it to have him back at the races? He's been dominant over a 1,400-metre trip like that all-age victory. What do you think his best trip is now? Yeah, well, I would probably say that's probably going to be, going to be when he's really tuned and ready. It's a race like the CF4 at Caulfield. Hence why he's sort of kicking off with the one trial. It's not the be-all, end-all Saturday for him to be having to go and win. Obviously, we want to be winning, but for a nice kick-off point, it looked a really, really suitable race. He's forward to be running well with nice improvement to come. if he gets the right run Saturday and they go hard and he's able to get off the speed, he could be running over the top of them. But like you say, I think once we get into the 1400 this time around, being an older horse, we're going to see him at his best, that's for sure.
Beautiful. How did Tiger Shark pull up after that run in Sydney?
Yeah, she seems to have come back in relatively good order. Just didn't work out for her. She wanted to over-race and wasn't able to finish off on that hot tempo. And look, we're really happy with how her preparation's gone so far. So she'll just have a quiet week, and if she comes through it well, we'll probably nominate for the Alinghi Stakes Caulfield Cup Day and have a look there. But no hurry with her. She's done a really good job since she's arrived in the stable.
Beautiful, mate. Well, great to see Giddy kick back at the races on Saturday. And, looking at that vision, as I pointed out, he looks like he just loved this morning. So it's always great to see a star like him back at the races and looking forward to seeing what he can do this preparation. We appreciate your time as always, mate.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Boy, he's done a great job with Giddy Kick. Clayton Douglas, what's he won? Over $12 million. Just a tick over $12 million. Giddy Kick. He's a 6-year-old now. He's only had the 17 starts. He's won an Everest. He was close last year in an Everest as well. He just went down to Bella Nipotina. So he gets his chance to take out some of the feature races now in Victoria this spring carnival. Hey, we'll take the news. Josh Rodder's not far away. Aussie Kerr will also join us, one of the biggest owners in the sport. He's got Buckaroo going around on Saturday, and we'll ask him the question whether he thinks Buckaroo might back up a week later into a Caulfield Cup. It's 28 minutes past 8.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Today marks the second anniversary of the Hamas attacks on Israel, where close to 1,200 people were killed and 250 taken hostage, while organisers of pro-Palestine marches in Melbourne and Sydney today urged to call them off, saying it's disrespectful. A longer jail sentence with no parole is what prosecutors are seeking for convicted mushroom cook murderer Aaron Patterson. Around 200 hikers are still stuck on Mount Everest due to extreme weather, and less than a month on the job, the Prime Minister of France has quit. Up next, sen.com.au sport. 3 clubs are currently in the race for Melbourne's Clayton Oliver as day 2 of the trade period gets underway. Collingwood, GWS and Adelaide are weighing up their interest. The D's not giving details on how much of the 5 years left on his contract they would pay. And last game of Week 5 of the NFL is on later this morning. Jacksonville taking on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you. All thanks to Bet365. It's 8:31. Aussie Kerr will join us before 9 o'clock, one of the leading owners in the game. Of course, he's got some big chances this weekend, including Buckaroo in the Group 1 Might and Power. Josh Rodder from the MRC, because it's your last chance. The final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets are just $50 from Ticketek. We were there, of course, on SEN Track Underwood Stakes Day. It was a great day of racing. There was a big crowd there this morning for the track gallops ahead of Caulfield Guineas Day, and the racing manager of the MRC, Josh Rodder, joins us now. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Gareth, and good morning, listeners out there in the world of racing. It's our time of year.
Yeah, it is. We just had Clayton Douglas on. He said Giddy Kick thought he was at the races. The crowd was that big, which was great to see.
It was fantastic to watch racing people engage in the sport. The horse and the human as one out there this morning was absolutely magic to watch. And the energy that everyone gives each other in racing at this time of year. Everyone's on the balls of their feet, Gareth. Everyone's excited, and everyone's in with a chance. So really looking forward to Saturday. We had about 300 or 400 members out here this morning. It was a perfect morning. We lost the moon, and then the sun came up, and it was picture perfect here at Caulfield this morning.
Now, Chris Waller doesn't give too much away, but you're a great judge. You've been in this game for a long time, Josh Rodder. Right now, if you had to pick between Autumn Boy and Woden after watching them work this morning, which way would you lean?
I'm Autumn Boy.
Yeah?
I really like his work. Yeah. I mean, I think you can forgive that Rose Hill run. You know, when they're running over those short courses at Rose Hill on top of the ground and running time, it's very, very difficult to make ground. And I can forgive his run last start. I know what I saw in Queensland. I know what I saw first up. He comes into this Caulfield Guineas with a lovely preparation. After he floated halfway up the straight here today, or just, three quarters, just entering the straight, when Woderton went up outside him, I love the way he sort of flattened out for Damien Lane and found the line. And I like the way he moves, got a beautiful action. Actually reminds me a little bit of the old man.
Yes.
But this year it's a really competitive Guineas. There's lots of depth, and the barrier draw here at 10 a.m. will paint a clearer picture. But if I had to pick between Autumn Boy and Woderton, I'd be going Autumn Boy.
And don't be fooled regarding who J-Mac's riding here. He's got a relationship with Coolmore, so I would imagine that J-Mac didn't really have the choice of these two horses. With his relationship with Coolmore, he sticks with Woden, and then Damien Lane has become not the number 2 rider. That's a bit disrespectful. He's sort of the rider that gets the opportunities with Chris Waller when J-Mac, say, can't ride one of their stars. So I don't know what Damien Lane's doing Everest Day, whether he's got the ride on either Lady Shenandoah or Jolly Star. I would imagine he might be offered that ride, but he's definitely riding Autumn Boy, and J-Mac rides Woden. So they're both strong chances, those two colts. It'll be interesting to see how the track plays this weekend as well, because history tells you on the first day of the carnival, if you get a hot day there, Josh, that it can be difficult to make up ground. So this barrier draw will be all important come 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, Caulfield, the shape of Caulfield, when you get on good ground, it's a speed track. You know, we've seen horses dominate races, but at the same time, it often is tempo related. And we've actually got a reasonable outlook this week. That's sort of 0 to 2 mils, nothing really higher than 20 degrees leading into the day. Sam will put plenty of juice into the track. They put plenty of juice in on Saturday, predicting a hot day on Sunday. It didn't eventuate. We had the rain on Sunday night into Monday. We're on a genuine good form, just walking the track as we speak this morning. The horses were able to get their toes into the ground. We'll put plenty of water on. It'll be good for the majority of the day. I don't think any horses will be disadvantaged here on Saturday. Rail true, top of 16 degrees, maybe a shower or two in the morning. I think we'll be on a perfect racing surface.
So the Caulfield Guineas is the highlight there. It's the feature race on the opening day of the carnival. The Mind Power is an interesting race. How many horses do you expect to be running in that Group 1?
We're probably looking at around 5 or 6 with Treasure at the moment, and Buckaroo, the stars of the race. It'll be another tactical wait for age event. You know, we saw one at Moonee Valley a couple of weeks ago. We saw one in the Turnbull on the weekend. I mean, it adds another dimension, doesn't it? You know, I'm a big fan of the big handicaps. I can't wait for the Toorak on Saturday. The Epsom was fantastic on Saturday, but wait for age racing is different again. And we've got, the elite of the sport, both rider and horse, that have got to work together and actually at the same time of riding your horse to suit your horse, you've got to ride your horse to suit what's going on around you and the environment they're in. So it's going to be an intriguing race, the Might and Power. And how good is it? Named after one of the great weight for age horses. That's 97, 98 racing season. If anyone gets an opportunity, get onto YouTube. I don't think any horse in the world would have beaten Might and Power in that season.
No. I remember that's how, like, Saintly in 96 and then Might and Power the year after when I started to really fall in love with racing. Like, that Caulfield Cup demolition by Might and Power that day when he went straight to the front, it was the same excitement that, say, like a Pride of Jenny gave, I reckon, on Queen Elizabeth Day when he was out by that much and he just kept on going for the pumper. And I remember after the race, Jimmy Cassidy, and I still say it today, ring-a-ding-ding, the pumper's the king, and he was that day. So great memories. And that clashes, you're right, McDonald v Lane in a match race in a way with Treasure of the Moment v Buckaroo is going to be one of the highlights of the day, I reckon.
Yeah, ding, seconds out. We were just talking about Damien Lane and James J. Mac on Woderton and Autumn Boy. So they're going to get a couple of shots at it, these two big guns. And aren't we blessed to have two of the best jockeys in the world riding against each other at Caulfield on Saturday? When you talk about as a punter and wanting to have a bet, how much more confidence do you get when you've got the best in the world riding with you? So it's going to be fantastic to see, and we're very blessed to have both riding such great chances in our two premium Group 1s.
We might do a market with Bet365, J-Mac v the Lane Train, see if we can get a market there. Two great jockeys going head-to-head. I'll organise that for you, Joshy. Tell me this, mate.
What do you have? What price? What price would you have them?
You'd probably have Lane favourite at the moment, I reckon. I think Treasure of the Moment's favourite against Buckaroo. I reckon Autumn Boy and Woden are going to probably, depending on the draw, we'll find out who will start favourite there. I guess Macca rides Lasura. I don't know who Laney's got in the Turak. I'll find that out.
Yeah, so that's what. Yeah, I think that'll be the key.
Yep.
Lasura and then what Damien's riding in the Turak.
Yeah. So probably I'll have them equal favourites at the moment. $1.90 each these days. No. But it's going to be a great spectacle. And there's not just McDonald and Lane. There's superstars left, right, and centre when it comes to the jockey ranks in Victoria.
And what about the Turak?
Yeah.
Ethan Brown back on Sepals. He's going to be shooting away, giving them something to chase. But it should be as I said, I love doing the form on the handicap races. So those.
Will he get 1,600 Sepals?
Yeah, I think he will. No reason he won't, especially around Caulfield. Draw out wide again and have to do that early work. But if he can draw a gate, posse up on the speed, he's going to have a tactical advantage as he did over Angel Capital last start.
Yeah, I think that's the key. If he draws a gate, I don't think he can win a Turak if he does the work he did there, say, in the Sir Rupert Clark. So just having a look at the Turak and the market there with Bet365. He's the favourite. I think he deserves that. Evaporate $6. Lasura $6. The Queenslander Transatlantic at $6.50, and then Like a Lucy at $8. Ferocci at $11. Damask Rose, if she draws a gate, of $15. So, he deserves to be at the top of the market, but it is going to be a great race. Out of the horses that you watched today, are we backing anything from track work there, Josh?
I really like the way that McAvoy 2-year-old Face the Wild won a trial here at Caulfield last week. First Light Racing. It looks ready to run. So it'll run in the debutante next Wednesday. I think it'll be well found, but you'll know what you'll get from this 2-year-old, Kelvin and Tony McAvoy. They educate them well, and it looks really precocious. I also didn't mind the work of Vain Girl, Chris Munster's filly. She'll go around in the 3-year-old fillies 1200 here on Saturday. That was formerly the Thoroughbred Club, which has moved to mid-November, is now $1 million race. So they've replaced that race with the 3-year-old fillies 1200, and Vain Girl goes there. I liked her work. She looked really sharp. Yeah,
she's a good filly, I reckon, Vain Girl, and she probably just needed the run there at the Valley the other day. Bring it on, mate. It's going to be a great day's racing on Saturday. In fact, it's going to be a great week there at Caulfield with the Wednesday, and then we head into the Saturday, which is added now with 1,000 guineas to Caulfield Cup Day. We just had Ed Crisford on the line, live from Newmarket. They're bullish about Maidan. They reckon he's a better horse than, say, West Wind Blows. He's similar quality to West Wind Blows. So if he turns up in that type of form and he produces his best, he's going to be right in this year's Caulfield Cup.
For sure, Gareth. It's I mean, as far as the locals, it's not huge depth. It's not a vintage Caulfield Cup. When we look at the local horses, obviously Half Yours was fantastic. It's as good a Caulfield Cup trial as you see in a Turnbull Stakes. But Maidani can be inconsistent. But I think if he brings his A game, you take a line through Giavaletto, who ran third to last start. He finished fourth in the Arc on Sunday night. So that's pretty good form going into a Caulfield Cup. And is it Andrea Etzeni's taking the ride?
Yeah, 100%. He's been booked. So he's flying at the moment. He rode in the Arc. On Sunday. So
he rode well last year at Caulfield. So Maidani probably looks I thought maybe the overs at this stage.
Yeah.
I think he was around $11 when I was looking last night with Aliana still in the market and some other horses like Buckaroo.
Yep.
So he may be the one that might start a bit shorter.
100%. We got 50s here on Giddy Up, so we're happy. But he'll be probably about, I reckon he'll start single figures, and he'll be single figures by the next week when those horses, I don't know why they're in the market. It's highly unlikely they're going there, Aliana. And we'll talk to Wazzy Kerr and we'll ask him about Buckaroo if he'll back him up quickly. Hey, Laney's into $1.80. I've just been told there that he'll ride Like a Lucy in the Turak, and he also rides Vain Girl after you gave her the push. He's into $1.80 now. I put Macca out to $2.10 for that challenge that we'll organise with Bet365. Thanks for that, Josh. We appreciate you, mate, as always, and bring on Saturday.
Love being in the fast lane with you, Gareth Hall.
Thanks, brother. There's Josh Friday. You could talk racing all day with him, but Aussie Kerr will be joining us next here on Giddy Up.
last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, all thanks to Bet365. Great to catch up with one of the leading owners in the game, Aussie Q, who's got some big chances across the weekend as always, and he joins us now. G'day, Aussie.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thanks, mate. The big question, the most hard-hitting question for you to kick off proceedings, will Charlie Curnow be staying at Carlton?
It's interesting. I was actually out for dinner with the boys last night because we were meant to be celebrating Birdman, Aaron Birdman, and unfortunately that didn't happen, but we'd already pre-booked plans. But I think he will.
Okay.
I think he will, but, there's a bit to play out.
And you would know as well. Because you run Carlton, they tell me anyway.
Let's hope so.
Let's say, he's such a great player anyway. You might have to get him into a few horses then just to keep him. Obviously, not going inside the salary cap or anything like that, Aussie, but it'd be good it'd be good to see Charlie, for the Carlton fans anyway, stay at that footy club. But with your horses, Buckaroo, first of all, looks like there's only going to be 5 horses maybe in this Might and Power.
Yeah, I suspected it wouldn't be a big field when we chose to sort of take that path. But for us, Buckaroo, it was more the extra week for us was probably more beneficial after that second up run. It was a big run for him to go second up. So for us, having that extra week into the Might and Power probably suited his program. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a small field. I mean, I don't know what the final field is yet, but it could be 4 or 5 runners.
Will that suit him?
Look, the way our Group 1 races are run these days, it's not that exciting for me. But I think it'd be nice if there was some tempo, and it's not just a sit sprint like a lot of these Group 1s that have been running at the moment. But who knows?
Yeah. Do you back him up in a Caulfield Cup, or what did you learn, say, from a Turnbull Stakes there with those horses heading towards a Cox Plate?
Yeah, look, I think after Saturday it made us probably realise that Buckaroo is not far off them. I mean, look, he arguably, Delius was great in the Underwood, and we weren't far off Delius. With a bit more luck, we could have beat him. And all credit to Delius, he looks like he's even improved even further. He just keeps improving that horse. But yeah, we were beaten, I think, maybe a head or half a length to Delius in our Underwood. So you've got to say, after him winning the Turnbull, we're right in it. So look, probably leaning towards a Cox Plate, but that'll all be dependent on how he runs on Saturday. But if he looks like he needs further, then we will back him up into the Caulfield Cup. But Saturday will be the determining factor for us.
Did you back Valiant King on Saturday?
I didn't. Yeah. I didn't. I actually tipped him to place to a couple of my mates who actually had an each-way bet on him, small each-way bet. But look, that horse has been an interesting horse. Everyone he's a bit of a forgotten horse. But I know the only one, it's his first win in Australia, but he's had that many setbacks. I mean, he had his first start in the Caulfield Cup with Joseph, and he ran really well. But he did a tendon, and he was sort of off the scene for a year. We got him back for the spring, and he wasn't really ready. And then he got a temperature or foot abscess leading up to the Sydney Cup, which Chris pretty much declared him before he said this horse is flying. And now we really got him back to his trip. So, look, it's hard to believe that he can go from 1,500 run last, first up, and then go second up and win over 2,500. It was a great thrill. But horse racing is a very interesting game, right? We went into the weekend hoping Birdman would win. He was the favourite, and we would have our ticket into the Melbourne Cup with him. And we ended up getting a $60 pop win and get his ticket to the Melbourne Cup. So we're very light on runners in the Melbourne Cup, but it's good to have Valiant King in there now.
Yeah, I think it's I've got about 50 seconds before I have to go to a break, but I guess that racing is so unpredictable at times. You wouldn't have known that Gilded Water would take off like he did. And that helped your horse to run over the top of him. If they go slowly in a race like that, then Valiant King probably doesn't win. But you need a little bit of luck. But I can't wait to see him now in a Melbourne Cup with that lightweight. I've got to take a break, Aussie. Stay with us. We've got this trial coming up as well, which you'll be keen to watch because Jimmy Starr's main rival, Kane Rising for the Everest, will step out for the first time on Australian turf in this trial at Royal Randwick. I can see Zach Purton. He's got his merchandise, handing out hats. He makes the most of any opportunity, Zachy boy. So we'll take a break. We'll come back with plenty more. Aussie Kerr with us here on Giddy Up this Tuesday.
Last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you, all thanks to Bet365. Don't forget, last chance final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival. Almost sold out. Tickets from just $50 at Ticketek. And on Cox Plate on Thursday, Giddy Up has an exclusive Cox Plate preview luncheon at the Ascot Vale Hotel on Thursday, the 23rd of October. We've got James McDonald, Mark Sarah, Wayne Hawkes. We might have a few other trainers that'll rock up. We've also got Tommy Papley, a few of the AFL footballers will be there as well. David Taggart, Miles Fitzner will be there. So all you need to do to buy tickets, add the Ascot Vale Hotel on Instagram and click on the event link in their bio. So that's pretty easy to do. It's going to be a great day there on that Thursday. Aussie Kurt to join us straight after the news.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Australia's three major telcos will be subject to greater scrutiny over the performance of the 000 service from next month. Legislation will be introduced giving the custodian of the emergency number greater powers to demand real-time information without any risk to the service. Optus, Telstra and TPG will meet with the Communications Minister today to be told of their new obligations. On the day of the second anniversary of the Hamas attacks on Israel, vandals have spray-painted the words "Glory to Hamas" on a billboard in Melbourne's inner north. It comes as pro-Palestinian activists are being urged to ditch plans to march through Melbourne and Sydney today. New stats show posties are injured in traffic accidents involving a third party at least 5 times a week. Over 280 were injured in the past year while delivering the mail, ranging from broken limbs and concussions to lacerations and serious trauma. Australia Post's General Manager of Safety, Russell Munro, urging motorists to look out for posties, especially at intersections.
The most common third-party incidents are when drivers fail to notice our posties coming into intersections and roundabouts and colliding with our postie on an EDV or a motorcycle.
And a global report from the World Health Organization has found the number of tobacco users has dropped from 1.38 billion in 2000 to 1.2 billion last year. Up next, SEN Sport. In a major step towards a test recall, Marnus Labuschagne has struck his first red ball century in 15 months in the Shield clash against Tasmania. At next year's Australian Open, amateur tennis players will have the chance to take on some of the sport's biggest names for a chance to win $1 million. One grassroots player from each state and territory will challenge as a curtain raiser to the event.
Last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
This is Giddy Up on a Tuesday morning. It's going to be a busy middle hour. Adam Blenko from racingandsports.com will join us. Guy Mulcaster as well. Hopefully we'll catch up with Zach Purton as he heads onto the track as we speak aboard Kaying Rising and his trial coming up at Randwick. But we've got Aussie Kira on the phone, one of our leading owners. He's been good enough to hold for us, mate. And I can't believe the interest here. I can believe it, but I'm just watching some vision now on Sky Racing. He's like a movie star, this horse, Kaying Rising, Aussie.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I got Jimmy's out there, one eye open, watching him too. Yeah. But it's very exciting. It's great. It's great for racing. Look, he might come out here and blow them all apart. And if he runs to his form, he's obviously going to be very hard to beat and probably wins by 4. But it's horse racing, like we said, and you just never know.
Yeah. It'd be great if Jimmy's within a couple of lengths of him, I reckon, as they turn up that rise there at Randwick on Everest Day. It'll be a big roar.
Well, he's not going to be able to give him 8 or 10 lengths, is he? So, no, he's going to have to be much closer. And, we'll be aware of that. And it'll be amazing if one of our local horses could get up, whether it's Jimmy or anything else. But, yeah, it's just great when you see these international horses like Kane arrive here with such a big reputation. It creates that extra buzz in the air, than watching the same horses every week. So it's great.
It is a sport after all. Do you like this this competitive type of banter in a way that you've got this international horse? Everybody says he's over the line, but your horse is a big hope as well. Do you say, well, bring it on? We'll take this contest on?
You got to hope and dream. You sort of, in reality, you sort of know that we have to improve well above our peak performance. And Kane probably only has to run, even just below his peak, and he probably still wins. But it's just that uncertainty of racing, right? And having a big star like that is just good for the sport. And I'm all for it. Like, you don't want to go out there, and as much as I'd love to win the Everest for the group and, be an amazing result, both financially and just, the actual prestige of that race, you still want to be racing against, the best of the best.
Can Unlike a Lucy win a Toorak?
Well, I hope so, because I really like her and I really think she ran super first up. If she can run straight, that will go a long way. But, yeah, look, I don't know what weight she gets, actually. I don't know what weight she has in the Toorak.
D Lane's been booked to ride her, I know that much, so she must have 54, 55.
Well, maybe 54 or something. Yeah. So, look, we were going to go to the Epsom, but we had Pierre in there and we thought Pierre would run better. And we didn't think we could beat Autumn Glow, so we thought, well, let's go to the Toorak. And I think she'll run really well. And I think she likes the Melbourne way of going. So her first up run was really good. But yeah, she's a young mare on the up, and we're excited. I mean, she was an Oaks type filly, and she's running over a mile, so she's showing some good speed.
So she'll get 54.5 in a Toorak. Do we see Nadal finally at the races on Saturday in the Scalacci?
Oh, look, we've been so patient with that horse, and we've always we're just looking for some soft ground. I don't think we'll get it. He's just had some issues, and we've waited, so long for him to come back, and we just didn't want to run him first up, on firm ground. So we scratched him twice. We're just waiting for that softer ground.
Okay. And Gringotts is a frustrating horse as well at the moment. You can't get him to the races. Do we see him on Saturday?
Yeah, look, he'll run in the Alan Brown.
Yeah.
He'll have a lot of weight. I think he's got 61 kilos or something in the Alan Brown. So that'll be hard. But he was going really good. To be honest, he was actually probably, out of all our horses, he was the first one that sort of had the best coat and looked really well. But he had a temperature, and the bloods haven't been great for the last 2 weeks. So it's been a bit frustrating not being able to get him back to the races. But he's going well.
If Buckaroo doesn't go in the Caulfield Cup, we're just hearing that Aliana's probably unlikely now to go to a Cox Plate. She hasn't come up according to Chris Waller, so she might head back to Sydney. So Buckaroo's a chance, as you point out, to go to a Cox Plate. More, you're favouring the Cox Plate over the Caulfield Cup. Who represents your stable then? Is it Birdman in the Caulfield Cup?
Yeah, look, she was a little bit disappointing in the Metrop. You could make excuses for him, but I still think he was disappointing. He didn't love the firm ground there. I know it was a good fall, but it was a bit firmer than that. And he would probably be our best chance in the Caulfield Cup at this stage if Buckaroo didn't go there. Look, Buckaroo has to carry 57 kilos in the Caulfield Cup. He wasn't able to win it last year with 55. So, look, again, I think after Saturday, look, if he happened to win, if he happened to beat Treasure of the Moment on Saturday, it'd be pretty hard to say that you wouldn't go to the Cox Plate. But if he happened to run well, but looking like he needs further, then we'd obviously consider the Caulfield Cup.
Well, thanks for your time, Ozzy. We could talk all day, but you got plenty of good chances for the rest of the spring. They're about to move into the gates here for this Everest and King Charles trial, so we'll let you watch that. But have you got a winner for us this week?
Oh, I couldn't tell you now because I haven't looked. So,
Buckaroo. We're all on Buckaroo anyway, so we'll
Buckaroo.
Go and get it, mate.
Buckaroo to like a Lucy.
Beautiful. Thanks, Ozzy. We appreciate that. There's Aussie Kid joining us, one of our leading owners. Let's go to this trial. They've jumped and Kaying Rising and Overpass is sharing the lead.
To third. Mr. Brightside just hanging back a bit. Sat on the outside of Jolly Star. Angel Capital's pulling on the outside of Fangirl. Kaying Rising in front. He's staying well off the fence though as Overpass goes through to join him. Length and a half to Linebacker travelling strongly. Further back to Jolly Star, Mr. Brightside, Fangirl. And Angel Capital, who was keen early, is back last of all. So into the straight now. It's Overpass in front from Kaying Rising. Just cruising up on the outside. Zach Purton sitting pretty quietly. Pass really pushing out Overpass. Linebacker trailing well on the inside. 3 across the track. Overpass still in front. Kaying Rising. Zach hasn't really let it go. Linebacker's pushing through on the inside and will beat the pair of them. Linebacker narrowly from Overpass and Kaying Rising. Never let go down the straight. A gap to Mr. Brightside, Jolly Star, Fangirl. Angel Capital was very keen in the early part of the trial and was happy to sit back last.
So there you go. There's the trial. Kaying Rising. Zach didn't move on him, and he's strong after the line, Kaying Rising. Linebacker trialled enormous. He was keen, but he was given his head, and Overpass was off the bit there to finish second in that trial. Kaying Rising, as I pointed out, Zach never really moved on him. We'll hopefully catch up with Zach a little later on. Jolly Star was good. She was never left off the bridle as well, along with Fangirl. And Mr. Brightside was fourth in that race. Angel Capital was keen in the early stages of that race, but it was a soft trial for the Waller runners. They just did what they usually do. But yeah, Kaying Rising, he loomed up like he was just going to go past them, but Overpass and Linebacker was sort of strong to the line. But Zach kept wide on the track as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what David has to say about that trial. David Hayes and also Zach Purton. They're about to have a media conference shortly, but I can just look at just looking at David Hayes on Sky Racing now. Thank you to Sky Racing for that call. He just gave the owners the nod of approval, I think, saying that he's happy with that trial. So, yeah, he was about 6 or 7 horses wide as well, even down the back when they jumped over the 1,200 metres. So he covered extra ground, Kaying Rising. And, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Zach has to say. It looks like they were getting into that surface as well there at Randwick today. 12 minutes past 9. We'll take a break. We might have a chat to Adam Blenko straight after this, and then hopefully we can get Zach Purton on the line to see what he had to say regarding Kaying Rising's trial at Randwick today.
last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Mr. Brightside just hanging back a bit, sat on the outside of Jolly Star. Angel Capital's pulling on the outside of Fangirl. Kaying rising in front. He's staying well off the fence though as Overpass goes through to join him. Length and a half to Linebacker travelling strongly. Further back to Jolly Star, Mr. Brightside, Fangirl. And Angel Capital, who was keen early, is back last of all. So into the straight now. It's Overpass in front from Kaying rising, just cruising up on the outside. Zach Purton sitting pretty quietly. Pass really pushing out Overpass. Linebacker trailing well on the inside. 3 across the track. Overpass still in front. Kaying rising. Zach hasn't really let it go. Linebacker's pushing through on the inside and will beat the pair of them. Linebacker narrowly from Overpass and Kaying rising. Never let go down the straight. A gap to Mr. Brightside, Jolly Star, Fangirl. Angel Capital was very keen in the early part of the trial and was happy to sit back last.
You can just hear the punters in Hong Kong going, who the hell's Linebacker? Anyway, Adam Plenko from racingandsports.com joins us. G'day, Adam.
Yeah, a lot of fans tuning in for that Silver Eagle trial.
Yeah, yes. It's amazing. The text message line we've got, he's immoral, he was flat, I reckon he's vulnerable, the Everest is game over. Racing, you got to love it with the different opinions off one trial. What did you make of it? I know you love your trials.
Oh, I do. I love to perv at the trials. I have no idea what to make of it. I'm numbers on a page man, me. He's very fast, I promise you. I've seen that on race day. So I won't throw all the form I have in the bin over a bit of arm waving at Randwick on a Tuesday morning.
We just had, of course, the running of the Premier on Saturday. Jimmy Starr and Briasa. They both recorded some good performances or recorded a good performance there on Saturday. Can they improve enough to challenge Kaying Rising? Do you think it's more interesting now after watching them in a Premier Stakes on Saturday?
I do think it's more interesting because not only Jimmy and Briasa on Saturday, and Wayne must have thought Jimmy went enormous.
Yes.
You'd give him the run out of his skin bonus for sure.
Yeah. Chautauqua-like.
Chautauqua-like. Jolly Star had done the business. War Machine, fantastic, back arguably better than ever. So all of our sprinters, as much as we've spent 6, maybe 12 months saying, what a deplorable lot they are, at the very least, they've all come back and run better than they've run in the past. So a lot of horses, as I said, they're not Kaying Rising's level in the book, but we have a lot of horses hitting it in terrific form. So maybe he's, instead of 1 Helios Express, he's now got 4 Helios Express to deal with in the same race, and maybe that's all it really is, and maybe that's all we can really offer. But, there's enough there to keep him on his toes.
Our horses are better than Helios Express, aren't they?
Are they? Well, yeah, maybe.
Right now they are, aren't they?
Actually, Briasa on the weekend ran fractionally better, and maybe Jolie's fractionally better, but it's fractional, I think. Yeah. I think Helios Express is probably what's typically at the top of the tree in Hong Kong, and he's just been towed up by one who's anything but typical at the moment.
Yeah. What about, so who's our best chance then?
It's a very good question. If I was mucking around with this, it was a couple of weeks ago now, so I didn't have the updated versions of Briasa and Jolly Star to some extent. But putting in sort of generic things, and I did think that Kaying Rising was $1.50 chance, and then behind him it's a raffle. And if you take him out, one of the interesting things is what a great betting race it'd be without him. I probably think you'd stick to the Premier 2 weeks out, course and distance. There's Briasa beating Jimmy, and say that pair, there's clearly not a lot between them at their absolute best, and they are probably fighting out favouritism in a year where Kaying Rising didn't come down. So they would be our best. That is the best form that we've got in defence of the Everest, of the mountain.
Yep. Hey, if Zach Pert rings us back, we'll probably go to him. You can join the conversation with us as well, Adam, when the great man jumps on the line, but he's not far away. So what do you make of War Machine? Stradbroke winner, 60 kilos, first up, wins a Gill guy. Where would he rate in the market? Some say he should be second favourite. I think that's a little bit ambitious. What's your thoughts from a rating perspective?
A little bit, but he's bang there again. He's so racing in sports car, we say 121 first up, and as good, like he's basically picked up right where he was at the end of the Brisbane Carnival there. So he's done that first up. So I think it's easy enough and reasonable enough. If you wanted to tell me that he's going to go to the Everest and run a clear career best, I'd believe you, but he's going to need to even match it with Briasa.
Yeah. We had this debate with Pete Anthony there yesterday as well. So what's your take on horses that produce peak performances first up? Does that tell you that they can go on with it for the rest of their preparation, or is that a concern for you, or is it horses for courses?
Has to be horses for courses, and I think every time you try and fit hard and fast rules to these things, and trust me, I've spent a long time trying to get computers to fit hard and fast rules to things, and they just make you look so stupid. So, it's best to keep your creative cap on in those situations. I think if I had to have a guess and start, and it's, absolutely you need a rule for this, I would start with horses running peaks is a good thing. I think that's probably that's the starting point. So horses running peaks is a good thing unless,
yes. Now, moving day on Saturday, we'll start with the Turnbull Stakes. It looks like Aliana's moving backwards. Listening to Chris Waller this morning, sounds like she might head back to Sydney for a Craven. She still might go around in a Cox Plate. He hasn't ruled that out. He's going to make a decision later on the week, but he says he's just not happy with the way that she looks at the moment, Aliana. So she either goes back to Sydney for a Craven, stays in Melbourne for a Cox Plate, which is still the equal third favourite, or goes to the Paddock. So that's news on Aliana. And Tino was massive. So Dilius just keeps on winning. And I guess some say that Via Sistina's not at her best, but Chris Wallace says she'll be ready to go come Cox Plate Day. Hey, the champ joins us on the line, Zach Purton. Zach, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us, mate.
No worries. Good to be on, Gareth.
What did you make of that trial?
Listen, he hasn't had a run for a month, and he hasn't done too much serious work in that amount of time. So it's the first time he's done anything competitive in a while. The track was a little bit soft for him. He's not totally at home on that ground, but I thought he tried well enough. I was hoping he'd change his leg, but he didn't. But that's him.
So no concerns now heading to the Everest, or you're a little concerned after that trial?
No, I think he'll come on a bit from that.
Yeah.
Obviously it's going to be a competitive race. The horses in Australia are peaking at the right time. So hopefully we can draw a good gate, get a dry track.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll improve a bit off that. And, it's going to be a good race to watch, isn't it?
Was that the big take out of it? It looked like there was a little bit of give in that ground, just watching it from afar. He desperately, does he need a dry track to show his best now?
Listen, if he was screwed right down and a bit fitter, then he'd probably get through the ground a little bit more comfortably, but carrying a bit of condition and not having done much for a while, he was just grinding through the ground a little bit.
Yeah. It looks like it was unbelievable there, scenes in Sydney for a trial. Did it surprise you how big that crowd was?
No, I thought they'd get a bit of a turnout. I had a fair few people sending me messages saying that I'm going to come. And obviously have the media as well. So, it didn't surprise me.
Yeah. All right then, mate. You get back on that flight and go back to Hong Kong tonight. And then when will you come back? Is it just before Everest Day, or will you give him another gallop before the Everest?
No, the riding boy that's down with him is going to give him a nice hit out on Monday. So I'll leave that to him. I'll come back next Friday for the race on Saturday.
And I see you handing out the hats. Is there any chance you could sign a few for us and we'll give away a few of those Zach Purton hats? I saw you handing out to the crowd there at Randwick today.
Yeah, I can. No problem.
Well, we'll do that.
Are you going to be here next Saturday to collect, or is someone else going to collect for you?
Someone might have to collect for us. I'll try and get there. We've got the Caulfield Cup, of course. I can't be in two places at once, but I'm just working that out with our management as we speak there, Zach. Have you got a ride for the Melbourne Cup yet?
I don't know.
I'll work on that for you, all right? If you give me a couple of hats,
thank you.
I'll see what I can do. So at the end of the day, just the last one with Carrying Rising, you give it a pass mark, but it doesn't sound like you're over the moon.
Pass mark needs to improve.
There we go. That's all we needed to hear. Hey, thanks for that, mate. We'll see you hopefully in Sydney, but I'll get a few of those hats. I'll even pay for them, all right? I appreciate that.
No, you don't need to do that.
Thanks, great man.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah.
There's Zach Purton there. There you go, Adam Blenko. Is he still with us? He is.
He is.
There you go. So pass.
You've never asked me for a hat, Gareth.
No, sorry. I should get one.
I signed some racing and sports hats and people asked me if they could just have the clean ones.
Hey, I'll give away a couple of hats. I might do that next week. So it sounds like the great man said, just hearing, I don't know, you can read between the lines.
That wasn't a victory lap, was it?
No, it wasn't. It's like the Everest game is on. Bring it on now after that. I don't know if he's been told by the marketing team at the ATC and Racing New South Wales to talk this up now, but it sounds like the game is back on.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a little bit of that as well. They'd like it'd be better to win to silence the doubters. Everyone loves silencing the doubters, don't they? So maybe we'll build your own doubt and then silence it. Maybe that's the game plan.
That could be his kryptonite, however, a rain-affected track.
Yeah, I suppose that's been the obvious, has been the vagaries of travel and then, Randwick going full Randwick and being in up to your knees would just be a completely different game to what he's contested in the past. So you'd be guessing, and it doesn't sound like Zach's guessing that it'd be a great thing for him.
The best part about Zach is he just calls it how it is, Adam. He doesn't put any... Yeah. He basically... I've said this before. He's my favourite person to interview in racing because he calls it as it is, basically. And he's
second favourite person to interview, surely, Gareth.
From a participant perspective, I'm saying. I know that you wish you were a horse trainer, but from a participant perspective, I'm looking forward to the Everest now, and I'm looking forward to the commentary. Regarding that trial, what people say, and they have their opinions on it. So, bring on that Everest. Now, we might take the news and then we'll come back and I'll get your opinion on Sir Delius and that Turnbull Stakes race.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Today marks the second anniversary of the Hamas attacks on Israel, where close to 1,200 people were killed and 250 taken hostage, while organisers of pro-Palestine marches in Melbourne and Sydney today urged to call them off, saying it's disrespectful. A longer jail sentence with no parole is what prosecutors are seeking for convicted mushroom cook murderer Aaron Patterson. Around 200 hikers are still stuck on Mount Everest due to extreme weather, and less than a month on the job, the Prime Minister of France has quit. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Thanks to Unibet. Gamble responsibly. The Kansas City Chiefs are looking to improve its 2-2 record when it meets Jacksonville later this morning in NFL's final game of Week 5. The home side, the Jaguars, meantime, out for their fourth win of the season. And ahead of the Bathurst 1000, Supercars drivers are arriving at Mount Panorama this morning.
Last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, Gareth Hall. Adam Blenko with you. Thanks to racingandsports.com. Adam, what do you make of the Turnbull Stakes? Like, if you could take one horse right now from that Turnbull Stakes, which one would it be?
That's pretty straightforward, isn't it? I'll have the outstanding winner, and I'll I'll start preparing my speech for the first Tuesday in November. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
I think that's maybe amongst all the predictable things, he's looking about as predictable a Melbourne Cup winner as you could find. There's always the unpredictable, of course.
Yes.
And all that water under the bridge, et cetera, et cetera. But for him to do that and it was steadily ramped it up at the right time, but it's still not an exhausting test of stamina, and I'm still convinced, and his form overseas still says that 2000 is going to be 1800, 2000 is the bottom of his range, and he's here running into the 120s there. Wow, he looks absolutely nailed on to not just be a Melbourne Cup winner, but to be a damn good one.
He was purchased for $2.7 million at the TAT sales, the in-horse training sales there this time last year, basically. It's a bargain now when you think about it.
Yeah, good bet.
Yeah,
good
bet. So can he win a Cox Plate on his way to a Melbourne Cup? Can he do what Saintly did in 96 and win a Cox Plate and then, of course, win a Melbourne Cup? Makybe Diva did it as well.
Well, for some people, Paris is heaven. So the horse from heaven, the horse from Paris,
yes.
Sir Delius.
Yeah.
I suppose he could. As I said, I've sort of been, I don't want to say cold on him, but I've sort of questioned whether we could really see that much from him at 1800, 2000 in his last two. And he's been able to sort of I would say anyway, slightly overachieve already at this trip. So a Cox Plate, it might be a small tactical field, but the other thing is Craig Williams is clearly getting along just fine with his horse and has it all pretty well figured out and knows what he's doing here. So he'll know to ramp it up. And I suppose Via Sistina is now the one who's got questions to answer, because she's run 121 first up, which looked perfect, and she's back in business, but she's undershot that in both runs since. The obvious lens to look at her run on Saturday through is that she's basically not had a proper race for 6 weeks, and that was just the first up run. So there's a bit of trust Chris Waller there, but we've seen it all before with not just her, but horses from that stable. Grand Final Day can be a very different proposition to the lead-ups. So, as I said, she's come off. The Makybe Diva was farcical.
Yeah.
And so it's probably no surprise that she gets there, and it's a little bit of it wasn't a strongly run Turnbull either, but it probably was a bit of a shock to the system potentially, and she might have absolutely needed that one. So things can change quickly. And maybe the other thing about her undershooting it a little bit in a couple of runs is that it might be a little bit of might trigger the stable to really pour the work into her or change things up a little bit, and that might be the trigger that brings about the best of her. The best of her will stitch Sir Delius up at 2040, I would say.
We're laughing about this the other day. J-Mac might need to jump off again.
Yeah, he's just going to take a head around the day.
Just take one for the team, brother.
We'll set up breakfast at the Valley there. They'll set up the crash mats for him, and he can just triple pike off her at the winning post there and let her rip.
Yeah, because the jury is out. There's a strong argument to say she's not going as well as she was last year. But I remember talking to a few people. It was that situation at Moonee Valley on that Tuesday morning. People thought it was a massive disadvantage when it was happening live, and even some ruled her out of the Cox Plate. I think was the initial shock to see what she was doing. But after it all settled down and what she did there on Cox Plate Day, that might have been would you believe, a positive for her rather than a negative. It just it stimulated her just at the right time. So Chris Waller's a master, and you've seen it on so many occasions. The ability he has to get his horses, a bit like what Biowac did, say, in the Golden Rose, to just explode on Grand Final Day. Very elegant, for instance, in a Melbourne Cup. He's done it time and time again.
Yeah, as someone who obsesses over speed figures and pace, Chris Waller can be very frustrating because he's obviously he's got a method, and sometimes I sit there and think that method is madness, but clearly there is a method there, and you're right. It's so often the horses, when the races change and they become really high pressure, those high pressure, high rating, fast races, it's amazing how often the winner of those is trained by Chris Waller. So his horses, whether it's just how he prepares them or just the fact that he gets great horses into his stable, but he does a lot of poking along, and the stable tactics tend to be to poke them along, and then when they get drawn into a real race, they tend to explode. And whether that means you think Chris Waller should make more races, proper tests and high pressure races, or whether this is the way that it has to be, where they build to these things, and then when they get the test, when they get the big rating, or the race that sets up to be won in a big rating, they're the horses that thrive. So, yeah, I would be. It's a shame, given her profile. If I looked at her ratings profile, knowing that she's not Via Sistina and just looking at it as numbers on a page, she is exactly the horse that I would love to be backing next start off what she's done there. I'd love to back her. If she was her profile, obviously a little bit, I'd loathe to say this, but a little bit further down the tree, if that profile in ratings terms was going into a Coonji at 10 to 1, I'd be loading the cannons, Gareth. But unfortunately, it's going into a Cox Plate at, well, I don't know, maybe 5 to 2 now.
Yeah, she'll beat. I reckon personally she'll beat. And I'm such a great judge, as everybody knows. But I reckon Sir Dilius will beat home. I mean, Via Sistina will beat home Sir Dilius in a Cox Plate. I reckon. I've just got this feeling that it's a Waller perfect setup, and she'll just explode there on that Saturday at Moonee Valley. What about, like, we had Wayne Hawkes and Johnny O'Neill? They both declared half yours for the Caulfield Cup. You can't be beat after what we saw in a Turnbull Stakes. Do you share their confidence?
I can see where it comes from.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone can see where it comes from, and the numbers to some extent back that up. But because everyone can see where it comes from, I think you need to go into that knowing that everyone else can see this. So you're playing cards face up, okay? If you still want to go charging in and back this, and it's probably close to a full house, but there are better hands out there potentially. So yeah, you got to know what you're betting into to some extent there. But his Caulfield Cup claim is fairly straightforward. Yeah.
Ed Crisford joined us at the top of the show today, live from Newmarket.
Yeah.
He says that Meydan, ability-wise, he's not as consistent, say, as a West Wind Blows, or even without a fight. He put that horse in that same conversation as a Meydan.
Yeah, absolutely.
He says they're probably not as consistent as those two horses before they came out here, but he reckons Meydan's got as much ability as those horses, and maybe a little bit more if he can bring it there at Caulfield on Saturday.
Yeah, they're a fantastic stable as well, and a pretty sharp stable. And the numbers would back up exactly what he's saying there. So he's, very shrewd, very shrewd. He's on the money there. And Meydan is surely one of the interesting flies in the half-yours ointment, if you like. He's good enough, and he would have taken some heart as well. I know these things don't work like this, but he would have taken some heart from Giavolotto running so well in an arc on Sunday night. That's the form line. And that rating is, it's a Group 3 on the all-weather, so probably, particularly being on all weather, a few people here might turn their nose up at it. But it was speed figure wise, it's a big tick. That was a good piece of form and a great platform for him to come down here off a career best. So, there'll be some people, particularly people who used to love punting these horses 10 years ago, that'll see this peak and then onto the plane. The peak off the plane was the recipe for a long, long time. So I can see the appeal.
Hey, we owe you a couple of beers as well, because we got the 50s when we were talking about Meydan. Remember that? And straight away it was into around 15. Now it's into 11. And he'll start single figures in a Caulfield Cup with most of those horses at the top of the market. Definitely not going there. Hey, 9:41, do you mind hanging on for a little while? We've got a heap of questions coming through for you. Plus, of course, a lot of love for you after tipping the ARC winners. So we'll come back with more with Adam Blenko from racingandsports.com straight after this here on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning.
Last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Giddy Up, Gareth Hall, Adam Plenko with you from racingandsports.com. Dariz was too strong to take out at Arc de Triomphe. Tipped on this show last week at close to $20 by Adam Plenko. Hopefully he's still counting his cash. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Great tipping.
What a shrewd operator. I
Yes.
think cleverly what I did was tip about 3 15-1 chances,
Yep.
which equates to a 4-1 chance. So, but then I'll take credit for it being 20s. That's tips to 101, that.
It was a big effort as well. Chased down a very good man.
Yeah, he did, and they were outstanding. Yeah, so he's probably touched the 130 barrier there. The time figure says at least 128 on our scale, and that'll be true of time form as well. So somewhere between, higher than 128 and lower than 132. So split the difference. He'll probably run 130, give or take, which is pretty outstanding. And to do that as a lightly raced 3-year-old, and it was probably a nice timely reminder. Note this down for 12 months' time, Gareth. The French horses in the Arc are the ones that can really improve, and that's probably another little
lesson
on topic what we were talking about before. There, Grand Finals is a horses set for certain races. They can run outside the bounds of what they've done before. So he was that.
We might see Minnie Hawk, who was second. She might go to a Breeders' Cup, but the question is whether we see Dariz continue on his racing career or he just heads off to stud.
Yeah, hopefully he kicks on, because we saw a similar performance from Ace Impact, who probably had more pre-race fanfare a couple of years ago, but it was sort of his big moment came in the Arc, and then he was ushered off straight away as soon as we knew just how good he was. So it'd be nice to see. I know that there are, they can go and they can shape the breed, and that the Arc is in part all about that. But it'd be nice to get another 12 months out of him.
Yeah. What did you make of a few questions coming through before we let you go? McGaw, can he win a Coolmore after what you saw in a Dane Hill?
Yeah, I wouldn't have said so until Saturday, and the vibometer is probably no, but I don't think you can dismiss that too lightly, because the time figure is terrific. Tentyrus, are we going with Tentyrus?
Tentyrus, yes.
Tentyrus, he ran up to win that race and just blew out, and when you look at the speed figure, you can see why. So I think I would be very optimistic about him as the horse to follow out of that race.
Hey, Gareth and Adam, just want to get your thoughts on Middle Earth figures in the last race and how you feel he's tracking towards the Melbourne Cup, and along with Land Legend as well.
Yeah, so Land Legend, fine. I don't think he beat a runner home, Land Legend, but that's okay, just because of the way that race played out. I think you need to take him out of the race, if you like, and just look at how he's actually rolling around. So he's fine. Middle Earth's the same. He's just treading water, Middle Earth, but he is desperate for 2,400 and even a little bit further than 2,400. So as I said, he's just treading water, Middle Earth. And probably horses like Half Yours and Deacon to some extent, and even Adelaide River have probably just got his measure at the moment, going to a Caulfield Cup even, but he's still there, and he's still a horse that he started favourite and they carved him up in a Hardwick one day, and I promise you he was there to run mid-120s. So one day he'll reproduce that.
What about, Adam, are you with Treasure the Moment or Buckaroo in this match race on Saturday in the Might and Power Stakes? That's from Damien.
Yeah, match race. So is there, I assume nominations
there'll
will be
five,
light on.
maybe 5 max that'll be there.
Yeah, so I dare say in that scenario her speed will be
too much
to the fore, and she should start clearly favourite against Buckaroo in a tactical race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what tactics J-Mac does, because of what you're thinking. Does he try and take off and get her out of her comfort zone, knowing the preparation that she's had? Because this is,
I suppose it depends what they want to do with Buckaroo as well, because they're probably thinking
Cox Plate at the moment. Aussie Kid
Cup or Cox Plate.
Aussie Kid told us this morning he's probably leading towards the Cox Plate, especially with Aliana and the question mark on her. And I think they were given confidence regarding what they saw there in the Underwood behind Sir Dilius, and they reckon he'll be better off for that run. But they're going to watch and see what happens on Saturday, whether he needs more of a trip in a Caulfield Cup than, say, staying at the 2,000.
So if Treasure of the Moment comes out and just completely outpaces him and blows him off the park, he probably thinks, well, this is not my game. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think they're fair. They're right and they're fair to be sitting there thinking 50-50 on that one.
Yeah.
Not like Aliana, who should be 100% in the Caulfield Cup.
Yes. Craven played instead.
Wow.
That's the other option. So there you go. She's lucky not to be in the Kunji.
She bloody should be.
Yeah,
she
unbelievable.
Should be. Do you reckon they watched Deriz and Minnie Hawk, 3-year-olds, fighting it out at the end of a hard, fast 2400 and thought, it's just a bit early for Aliana.
Deriz is going to be retired and probably Minnie Hawk was going to be retired, but they might push on for the Breeders' Cup. So Chris is probably thinking, I want her for a few more seasons yet.
He's going to find a way to use that to justify not running her in the Caulfield Cup. I'm going the other way. It's evidence that she should be there.
Yeah. All right, mate. Thanks for that. We appreciate you as always. It's going to be a massive weekend of racing once again. It's that exciting. We're talking about trials on a Tuesday morning. But bring on Guineas. Who's your tip in the Guineas? I've got 40 seconds.
Who is my tip in the Guineas?
Autumn Boy Woden.
Yeah. No, it's a bit of a no idea job, that. Okay. What about Navy Pilot?
Yes. I think he might be in Sydney, Navy Pilot. I'll have to double check that.
No trainers do what I want them to do they?
You'd be a terrible racing manager because they'll just go, no, Adam.
I'd be a very annoying one.
Thanks for that, brother. Appreciate it, mate. And make sure you send that cap sign for me if you can, racingandsports.com.
I will.
Thanks, Adam Blenko there. We'll take a break. Come back with plenty more.
last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, Gareth Hall with you. We've had that trial of Carling Rising this morning there. His first gallop since his serious gallop anyway, since he's arrived in Australia heading towards the Everest on Saturday week. But Zach Purton's exact words to me straight after that trial. He joined me, of course, just minutes after that trial. Pass mark, but needs to improve. Listening to Zach, and we've interviewed him 1,000 times, if you've heard here on Giddy Up with Zach. He calls it as it is. I reckon he was slightly disappointed with that trial. So, and I reckon the ground's a concern. He needs to be on top of the ground come the Everest, I reckon, Carling Rising, to show his best. So if there's any type of rain around, it's definitely game on in the Everest, I reckon. Guy Moldcaster, Sam Fairgrade to join me next.
Powered by Signet. Good morning, I'm Nate Gardner with SEN News. There are calls for pro-Palestine activists to reconsider a march through Melbourne and Sydney today. It's to mark the second anniversary of the October 7 Hamas attack on Israel, where 1,200 people were killed. Defence Minister Richard Marles has told Seven this is not a day for demonstrations.
On this day, it is a moment to remember and to commemorate those lives and those lives that were lost in an appalling act of terrorism.
Meantime, vandals have spray painted the words "Glory to Hamas" on a billboard in Fitzroy in Melbourne's inner north. And delegates from Israel, Hamas and the US have convened in Egypt for talks to end the Gaza conflict. It's been a horror long weekend on South Australia's roads. Two people, a 24-year-old man and a 33-year-old, lost their lives in crashes. A child was seriously injured in a smash on the outskirts of Adelaide, and a car went into a tree in the Barossa. While last night, 4 men were injured after their car left the road and hit a tree. If you're travelling to Europe soon, expect longer border queues as new international travel rules come into effect. A new digital entry and exit system will be introduced across the EU from Sunday. A blizzard on Mount Everest has left hundreds of hikers stranded and battling relentless snowfall. Rescuers are continuing to evacuate hundreds of people from the mountain's eastern face. And the newly single Nicole Kidman is moving on after her split with Keith Urban, landing a new role, announced as an ambassador for Chanel. Up next, SEN Sport. Thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. The Kansas City Chiefs are looking to improve its 2-2 record when it meets Jacksonville later this morning in NFL's final game of Week 5. The home side, the Jaguars, meantime, out for their 4th win of the season. And ahead of the Bathurst 1000, supercars drivers are arriving at Mount Panorama this morning.
live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's a busy hour coming your way. We'll have the Bet365 Country Racing Hour, but Guy Moldcaster's not far away. But it's always great to catch up with Sam Fairgrave from Yulong, who joins us here from the top of this next hour. Hello to you, Sam. Thanks for your time, mate.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
What did you make of that trial just before, the most anticipated trial in the history of horse racing?
Yeah, obviously he's just out stretching his legs, and David Hayes is a world class trainer, so he'll have him peaking on the day, and you wouldn't, I don't think he would have wanted him to do much today, just to have a look around the theatre of the horse and around Randwick, and improve out of it. Talking about the theatre, that's why we love this game. I've talked to about 3 or 4 people, connections regarding horses heading towards the Everest, and they must have listened to Zach's interview with us straight after that race as well, saying, you know what, it's a pass mark, but he needs to improve. And all of a sudden, they've got a spring in their step. They're starting to really believe again, Sam. It's amazing what can happen in a trial in about 90 seconds to change people's outlook on a race anyway. Oh, well, it certainly adds more hype to it and excitement. So it just keeps building as we head towards race day. Angel Capital was there just to have a look around. He did get keen in that trial, but have you had a report back yet from Chris Waller? Yeah, he was a bit keen, but when Ben asked him to come back underneath him, he did. So it was what he needed this morning, just to take a little bit of the edge off him. But everyone's happy with that. Yeah, and obviously Magic Time's got a slot as well. You must be happy with that. And she gets a little bit of rain, that'll bring her into the contest, you would imagine. Definitely, and that's what we sort of. Are hoping for one and not for the other. Angel Capital, he wants it firm, and Magic Time, she likes a little bit of give. But she's, I think she's heading up to Sydney tomorrow night, so Graham will get her up there and settled in. And obviously she's been there before, so it's not going to be any issue for her, travelling there. So all systems go. You're in that situation where you've got 2 horses in the Everest, but you still got to find a horse now for your slot after Private Harry, unfortunately, hasn't come up this preparation. When do you need to make that decision by? So we've got till 5 o'clock on Monday afternoon. So, there's obviously no rush. We've left with, choices to be made, and not much is going to change between now and Monday. So it's just a matter of, doing our homework, research, and seeing what we can come up with. It does make it harder that there's, the Sydney Stakes is a good race also on the day that, owners, there's good, prize money there. So, owners also are considering their options, with their horses as well. Is there a situation, and this is just me thinking off the top of my head here, like a Charmstone, like she's a valuable broodmare. If they want to sell her, do you try and could you do a deal along those lines with her or something like that with a year-long slot? Can you start to think a little bit differently how you try and get the horse that you want for a race like this, and maybe think further down the path? Go through all of those options. Obviously, a mare like Charmstone, there's a lot of sentiment, from the owners, and they'd sort of set the goals and where they wanted to head to after the Manicato, and I think they're pretty firm on what they want to do. So, and that's good. They've set the goals, and it's always good to set your target and try not to deviate off that. So, but we'll keep searching, and we've got two good options in there, and hopefully we can find another that can be competitive. Do you want to reveal those options for us, or are you going to keep them under your hat? We haven't really. We've sort of we've scribbled a few names down, and now it's just a matter of weighing up and things that, as you said before, about wet tracks and looking at forecasts and what horses and the way the race can be panned out and where each horse is going to be sitting. So there's all those things for us to weigh up and look at before making that decision.
Is it the last we've seen at Private Harry, or do you think you'll give him another prep in the autumn?
So he actually did pull up lame after Saturday, so he's going to head down to Randwick Equine, and they're going to do a full checkup of him. But obviously he's comes first, and if it looks like the best thing to retire him is that, then that's what we'd proceed and do, sort of thing. He's a Group 1 winner. He's a fantastic looking stallion. So he's going to be no problem at all to stand at stud.
Yeah. So you just take your time there making that decision.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We'll see after the vets have been over him and they've checked him out, found out what's going on. Then we can make a call on that. But the horse definitely comes first.
You've been in this game a long time. What do you make of V Sustain this preparation?
I think it's interesting. She spelled very well, and when she came back, Chris actually said, she's bigger this preparation round, this time around. She's put on more condition in her spell. I think she's a mare that wants races run at a good pace, and she probably hasn't had that. In her last 2 runs. But, she's run well, and racing is, it's not an easy game when you get up to that level, and that's what makes it, it's so great that, the Cox Plate this year is going to be absolutely fantastic with, the new kids on the block, and she's going there trying to, defend her crown. So we know that she likes the Valley, now it's just waiting for the next couple of weeks to pass.
How many horses will you have in a Cox Plate?
At this stage, it'll just be Via Sistina and Treasure of the Moment.
Okay.
They're the 2 that'll they'll be heading there.
Geez, I'd love to see Full Count Felicia in there if that would be okay there, Sam, just to open them up a little bit like she did in Canada that day.
She's safely at the start and getting ready to be bred. So she won't be there. But the Cox Plate is always a race that is run with plenty of speed in it, and it's going to be really exciting race this year because there's going to be jockeys that are going to be probably taking off early, and B is going to be there trucking along, and it is going to be a fantastic race.
How is Treasure the Moment heading towards the Might and Power? It's going to be basically a match race, the punters believe, between her and Buckaroo.
Yeah, she, I thought she ran very well behind Pride of Jenny, and after her little setback with colic, so she heads to Saturday, and hopefully she can perform well. She's so honest, and she gives her all at every start. So I'm sure on Saturday, she'll be doing the same.
If we had a coffee with Mr. Zhang, we asked him, who do you think your best chance right now for the Cox Plate would be? Would he say V Sistina? Or would he say Treasure the Moment?
I think he'd say Via Sistina.
Okay.
So,
Bring it on the Cox Plate. It's going to be a lot of fun and plenty intrigue to this year's race. It's the final, of course, Cox Plate at the Moonee Valley that we know and we've known for more than 100 years. So, it'll be a great day. It'll be a historical day. It'll be a sad day in a way, and hopefully, and I think it'll get the Cox Plate send-off it deserves there in just over or under 3 weeks' time now. Hey, we appreciate that update, Sam, and good luck going forward towards the Everest and all of the big races coming up for the rest of the spring.
Good as gold. Thanks, Gareth.
There's Sam Fairgrave with an update on a host of the year-long runners. 10:13, we'll take a quick break on the other side of it. Guy Mulcaster will join me for breeding, bloodstock and banter.
almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Guineas. Mick Price is having a chat now to Nigel Carmody, so we'll get that Barry draw up pretty shortly, I reckon. All right, then let's get the Barry draw. We'll play what we know so far. So here's the Barry draw here for the Caulfield Guineas.
Our process this morning, stewards will draw a ball which correlates to the horse saddlecloth number, which is the next, or for who has the next opportunity to be allocated a barrier. The representatives of the runner that has been nominated then come forward to select a box that's on the stage next to our stewards. There's a silk inside that box that will, of course, contain the barrier number on the back, which will then be the gate that horse will jump from in Saturday afternoon sports bet. Caulfield Guineas, over to Robin Ray to get things started with our first horse. Horse number 10. Horse 10 is Space Rider, one of two in the field for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. Welcome forward Luke Wilkinson from Kiora and Mick Price. Bo Mertens to ride. Barrier 11 for Space Rider, so impressive at the Valley Fresh. Horse number 11. Horse 11, Prestige Olay, who was pretty late to make the final field this morning. Cape Bright Oak representing Matt Laurie with both their runners this morning. They have Finrock in the field as well. Harry Coffey will be riding Prestige Olay. Barrier 4. Gates 1 to 5, dominant in recent years. 18 of the last 30 winners from gates 1 to 5. Horse number 2. Horse 2, Woden. Chris Waller in search of yet another Caulfield Guineas. James McDonald confirmed to ride. Seamus Mills of the MRC committee, who's had a run of luck of late himself. Barrier 10 for the Cornwall representative in Woden.
So that was Nigel Carmody in the Barry draw for the Caulfield Guineas. It has finished, so that was just a recorded version. I'll go through the Caulfield Guineas Barry draw for 2025. Rivellino is Barrier 3. Woden's come up with Barrier 10. Vinrock Barrier 14, so it's an orchid draw for him. Nepotism Barrier 12. Wester Swindon's drawn Barrier 16. Then you've got Vega for Luck 7. High Vol has drawn the car park Barrier 18. Navy Pilot gets a low gate. Adam Blenko was keen on its chances, Barrier 2. Autumn Boy, Barrier number 1 for Autumn Boy. Damien Lane rides. Space Rider Barrier 11. Prestige Jolly Barrier 4, Helios 17, Stay Cosmic 15, Planet Red Barrier 5, Romantic Encounter Barrier 13, Observer Barrier 9, Sent to Cavati Barrier number 6, and Regal Award has drawn nicely in Barrier 8. So who knows how that track will play at Caulfield? Usually you need to be on pace and ready to go, basically, with the way that track's played in previous years. So Autumn Boy's drawn nicely. Rivellino's drawn nicely. Woden's drawn okay in barrier number 10. Vinrock will go forward from barrier 14. Navy Pilot's drawn nicely in barrier number 2. Other big guns there, Space Rider 11, Planet Red barrier 5, Observer, who's on the quick backup, barrier number 9 for that galloper after winning, of course, last week in that race there at Flemington. So he's on the quick backup for Godolphin, barrier number 9. And then Regal Award, barrier number 8. 10:23, time to catch up now with the captain for breeding, bloodstock and banter.
Join the conversation on 0499 736 736. Welcome to Breeding, Bloodstock and Banter with Gareth Hall and the Captain.
Good morning to you, Captain.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you on this fine Tuesday morning?
Well, it's been a busy morning, Guy Moldcaster. There's been plenty happening. Have you caught that trial that trial at Randwick this morning? What did you make of it? Zach Purton told us straight after the trial, he jumped on the phone and said it's a pass mark, but he needs to improve.
Yeah, I saw the horse on the video when he arrived in Australia, and he looked pretty ready.
Yeah,
and he's done very well in the 2.5 weeks he's been here, and he looked like he was carrying a little bit of beef this morning, but he had a good sweat, and I thought it was a pass mark myself as well.
Does it give you more hope if you're in a Lady Shenandoah camp?
I think he kept him pretty well wide on the track. He kept him away from the other horses. He travelled to the line well. Yes. I don't think he was under double grips, as some of the people said. But overpassed a hard horse to get past Full Stop, and I hear that his linebacker going to run in the Everest now as well.
Yes, I should have asked Sam Fairgrove that question when he joined me. Yes, why not? Like, I think we were joking with Adam Blenko saying that the people of Hong Kong, the punters, would be turning to each other, going, "Who the hell is linebacker?" But anyway, he'll start favourite when he steps out this campaign. Anyway, I reckon the big fella.
Definitely trialled very well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I reckon the other big concern, if you've taken the shorts about Kaying Rising, is the track surface on Everest Day. If there's a little bit of give in the ground like there was today, that could be his kryptonite in a way, Captain, because he hasn't seen one of those tracks yet in Hong Kong.
The track in Hong Kong doesn't usually race slow either. No. You know, even if they get rain on the day, they seem to go faster. So that will be interesting, but that'll be interesting for all the horses.
Yeah. What did you make of Autumn Boys Barrier? Barrier number 1 in the Caulfield Guineas.
Well, I haven't seen the barrier draws yet, but I would have preferred something like 5 or 6, but you take what you're given, don't you?
100%, and he's got tactical speed then if it's playing on pace that he can jump and take a spot.
I would think he'd be able to be 5th or 6th in the run in a mile at Caulfield.
D Lane led on Private Life there last year. We didn't really think that would happen anyway, so he gets an inside gate with that horse, Autumn Boy. I think he's riding it, isn't it? And J-Max on Woden. That's what my understanding is, Captain.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going to play out there yet, Gareth. I don't know if they put jockeys' names next to the horses when they did the barrier draw, but I would presume that would be what would be happening.
Yeah, so it's a Caulfield Guineas. What does it mean from a breeding perspective or from a stallion perspective if you can win a Caulfield Guineas these days?
Yeah, I think it means that you've won a Group 1 and the other things you've done all help towards it. So, and then what you do afterwards also helps as well. So it'll be fingers crossed for those horses in that Caulfield Guineas.
Is it fair to say that Cormore's taken over as the stallion-making 3-year-old race now in Victoria?
I think you'd have to say that the Cormore Stud Stakes probably holds more credence, but, it comes down to who, what and where. Like, we all sort of thought the Danehill on Saturday was going to be the way to see who's going to win the Cormore, but maybe things have changed. I thought the filly ran very well in that Danehill Stakes on Saturday.
Yeah, she was very good. My Gladiola, the I Am Invincible filly, she's now the 3rd favourite there with about 365 for the Coolmore, and it's a beautiful game, isn't it, when you get a $14,000 gelding that beats all of those high-price colts there on Saturday.
Yes, it's interesting, but I thought the horse of Friedman's would probably come on a fair bit from the run too.
That's Tentyrus there, who performed well, and he'll head towards the Danehill. It'll be interesting to see which way Godolphin go regarding the Everest. Of course, they've got that slot. They only use the one horse. They probably could get 2 in there, but they're only going to pick 1. And it makes it interesting now for Yulong. I wonder if they jumped the gun a little too early with Magic Time being booked up and committed now to the Inglis slot, because all of a sudden they've got 2 horses in the Everest, Captain, but they haven't got one for themselves now after Private Harry failed to come up this preparation.
yeah, I'd say they've still got a few horses hanging around that they could use. It comes to I don't know how many slots have still got to go,
Just
but they're
one.
probably running out of horses.
Yeah, just the one. And it'd be interesting, as Sam pointed out, like for a horse like Charm Stone, maybe Mr. Zhang can come to an agreement with the connections of that mare and say, all right, then let me buy her now or part of her, or and then she can run in my Everest slot. So I would imagine he would have some different type of bargaining power when it comes to getting a horse for who he wants for the Everest.
I'd say he'd have a lot of bargaining power, Gareth.
Private Harry, do you think we've seen the last of him? What would you do with him now? Group 1 winner that didn't come up this prep. Would you think he would be retired?
I'm not really sure. I think, you can't condone a horse off 2 runs. I know he was a bit disappointing on Saturday, but, sometimes you take them out and start again and they come right. It's the whole horse's career is not judged on one preparation.
No. What'd you make of the Turnbull Stakes? So Delius defeating Antino and Via Sistina. What do you make of the Cox Plate now after watching the Turnbull?
I think it'd be a lot easier watching the Cox Plate working it out next year when it's going to be run at Flemington. What happens at Flemington can be quite different to what happens at Moonee Valley, but gee, he was impressive, wasn't he?
He was superb, wasn't he, Sir Delius? So he'll go to a Cox Plate into a Melbourne Cup. What do you make of Via Sistina?
I don't know, just things probably haven't just panned out for the last couple of runs, but that'd be Chris Waller's job to sort that out.
He's got a happy knack of finding the best or getting the best out of his horses when it matters most, guys. You well know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think the track conditions at Moonee Valley are usually a little bit different. That it does always have a little bit of a get your toe in, which probably suits a horse like her.
It's interesting to hear the comments regarding Aliana today that she hasn't come up, Captain, and there's a strong possibility that she won't be competing in a Cox Plate. She might go to the paddock. She still might go to the Cox Plate, or she comes back to Sydney for a Craven Plate.
Well, I mean, if she hasn't come up and she's running like that, it's not such a bad thing, is it?
Yeah, that's what. Obviously, there's people saying that in the yard that she doesn't look like a Via Sistina, of course, and maybe she doesn't look that great in the coat, but Chris would know, wouldn't he? So he might have expected a little bit more from her on Saturday. I didn't think she ran too bad, especially from where she was on the fence, and then she was strong towards the line, or after the line anyway. So that will be interesting to see which way she goes. Who do you want to be with for the Cox Plate right now, Captain?
I think you've probably got to give Sedelius a big tick, really. Like he's meant to be a horse that'll run over further and further, and in the Cox Plate they'll be going lickety split. So it'll be last man standing, and he looks like he's one of the last men standing, didn't he?
What about Autumn Glow? How good is she?
I think she showed on Saturday that she can just be ridden like a motorbike, really. She can just go forward, take up a spot. They ran along and she basically just won very easily. So, she's got a Group 1 now and it won't be the last one.
Yeah, 100%. So what about if I could give you a horse, you got to pick one of these horses, Meydan or Half Yours heading towards a Caulfield Cup?
I thought Half Yours was pretty good the other day and it's going to drop a hell of a lot of weight.
Yeah, he gets 52.5 in the Caulfield Cup. It was the perfect Caulfield Cup trial there out of the Turnbull Stakes. Stay Inside v Home Affairs. Who wins that first season side battle at the end of this season, Captain? Who would you put your money on?
I think Home Affairs is going to be very hard to beat. I know that he didn't win the first 2-year-old race, but he had a number of horses run pretty well on Saturday. I think there's a few more to come out yet, so I think I'll be sticking with Home Affairs.
And Newgate probably needs Stay Inside to have a big season, Captain, I would imagine.
Well, they've been talking them up,
yes,
and they got the first one under their belt, so good on them.
Good start there. And the ready-to-run sales are in full swing. You're on the Gold Coast as we speak. We had the breeze-ups there for Inglis recently. The breeze-up for the NZB ready-to-run sales are on next week as well. So what do you look for when you have a look at these breeze-ups?
Well, it's quite interesting. A number of the horses have already been through sales. So I've gotten a lot of notes on a lot of them. And then you see them and see how they've progressed in the time since they were bought and how they've broken in and how they breeze up. So the next couple of weeks will be quite interesting.
And it's not necessarily the quickest time that you're looking for, Captain. What do you look for? Because you can get all these, with the technology these days, you can get all the data that you need really to help you make a decision.
You can get all the data, but it still doesn't tell you which one tries the hardest.
Yeah. You can look in their eye, can't you, Captain? But you get to pick up their attitudes, I would imagine, a little bit as well. Can you do that, looking at the videos and watching these breeze-ups?
Yeah, you do. You see you see if they sweat or you see if they take it all in their stride, if they handle the track and that sort of thing. So, yeah, it's all pretty interesting.
We know that the NZB ready-to-run sale is averaging more than Book 1 of Karaka. Do you reckon, and we see Inglis investing a lot more into their ready-to-run sales, or ready-to-run sale, which will be on next week, do you think we're seeing that, I don't think it will change from the yearling sales, but do you think that these ready-to-run sales will become a lot more important in this part of the world now going forward?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of horses held back from yearling sales to go specifically to breeze up sales, and I think that's a good thing. And there's certain stallions that perform in predominantly Asia where a lot of these horses are purchased to go to.
Yeah, all right then. See if you can find us another Giddy Up Warrior guy. We appreciate your help as always. Have you got a captain's
Where
pick?
is Giddy Up Warrior?
He's in Singapore or Hong Kong, I reckon, at the moment.
Ah.
He'd be in Hong Kong. He's not in Singapore. I think a Singapore owner purchased him, so I don't know where he is. But we miss him. We miss him. But
we miss him.
He did the job. He gave us a great thrill. He didn't quite get to the Derby, but you never know. Next time we'll find one. What about a captain's pick for us?
Well, it's pretty good racing all over the place. So I think we'll probably go for Autumn Boy in the Caulfield Guineas.
We'll see if Chris loves you more or he loves Mr. Magnia more on the Saturday in the Guineas. Autumn Boy, B. Woden. I know J-Mac loves more, Captain.
What does he love more?
Well, he loves Woden more, obviously. He's jumped off Autumn Boy.
Yeah, well, we never know.
You never know. Anyway, it's always a little bit of fun. We're only mucking around. Hey, Captain, you have a good day. Enjoy the Gold Coast. When are you coming to Melbourne?
I might be there on Saturday, Gareth.
Okay, then. Kangaroo will look after you if you're turning up. He'll put the red carpet out. Don't worry about that.
Perfect. Well, you have a great day,
Thank
Gareth.
you, Guy. Have a great day. We'll take the news there. There's Guy Mulcaster for Breeding Bloodstock and Banter. Let's take the news. We'll come back with Baker Tips and Midweek Masterclass next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. On the second anniversary of the October 7 Hamas attack on Israel, where 1,200 people were killed, insensitive vandals have spray-painted glory to Hamas on a billboard in Melbourne's inner north. Australia's three major telcos will be subject to greater scrutiny over the performance of the 000 service from next month. The heads of Telstra, Optus and TPG are meeting the Communications Minister today. And the newly single Nicole Kidman is moving on after her split with Keith Urban, landing a new role announced as an ambassador for Chanel. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Thanks to Unibet. Gamble responsibly. NFL's final game of Week 5 is coming up soon with the Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. The Jaguars are 3-1 so far this season and the Chiefs looking for their third win of the year. And Adelaide has reportedly opted out of the race for Melbourne's Clayton Oliver, with Collingwood and GWS believed to be the current teams interested.
last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's now time for the Midweek Masterclass.
Time for the Midweek Masterclass now as we look at the Metro Gallops meetings around the country. And we're in Sydney on a Wednesday afternoon on the Kensington track there at Randwick. They probably wonder if they probably got a bigger crowd this morning for the trials than they will on the Kenzo track tomorrow, but at least we can bet. And we've got 8 races to try and find a winner. Hello to you, Mark Roden.
Hello to you, Gareth Hall. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. What did you make of Kaying Rising's trial?
Well, lost no admirers, let's put it that way. I mean, It wasn't let go. What did you think?
Well, I thought that looking at it, I thought he would finish off a little bit better. I don't think he handled the ground as well as I thought. I reckon Zach would have hoped. And we had Zach straight after the show, or straight after the trial, and he said, well, he wants a firm track, I reckon, to show his best. He was underdone a little bit, and he reckons he needs to improve. And I think the same when I was watching it, but I'm not a trial watcher at the end of the day.
No, that's the thing. I mean, with trials, I've watched them for a long time. And as long as they do what they're asked, I'm usually happy. But if Zach's making comments like that, then that is a negative. I mean, if you're taking $1.50 2 weeks out from the race, you don't want to hear that.
Yeah, you can't take $1.50 after listening to Zach, and you can't take $1.50 if you think there's rain around.
Well, that's right. I mean, there's no certainty to get a firm track in Sydney at this time of year. I mean, hopefully they do, but that's not guaranteed.
Yeah. We might get a weather report by our man who listens to the show. Of course, he's a superstar, Joshy Holt from Channel 10. See what he has to say 10 days out. But we need to back a winner at on the Kenzo track tomorrow. Where do we start with your plays, mate? You've been on fire this spring so far.
It's a bit messy tomorrow. We've had a lot of racing in New South Wales, as always, and there's a few dual acceptors. So, look, I'm starting in race 5, and I just hope this horse ends up there, number 2, Verbal. It's still in the last race as an emergency. It looks to be better drawn here, but, I mean, it'll be a good chance in either of them. But for the sake of argument, let's assume it's running in this one, race 5. Backed off the map at Scone first up and won nicely, then closed off well in a narrow defeat at Newcastle last time. Has as big a jockey change as you can imagine with a 3-kilo claimant at Joe McDonald and Blinker's first time, which suggests it's all systems go. Around to 80 or 90, I think, at the moment. Yep. The replicant might come out because it raced yesterday, but even if it does, I think if you get anything above 250 is worth betting. It really does look like it might be Verbal's race tomorrow. Beautiful.
So that's race 5, horse number 2, and we are getting $3 for Verbal as we speak.
Okay. Even better. All right. Move on to race 6. This is not a good race, to be honest. In the early markets found number 6, Alabama Fox, is a favourite around at sub $3. And look, Alabama Fox is not Winx, I can tell you that much. I've got to look for something to beat it. And I've come up with 7, Fleeting Spirit, who won its maiden here in March at this track, so that's a tick. First up, struck an unbelievably bad track, heavy 15 at Warwick Farm. Then went back to that track on a dry track and ran into Delicious and got into a terrible spot and was held up for about 150 metres early in the straight. Closed off very well, I thought. Nashua on, I think, third up, back to the only track she's won. It could be a good race for her, especially as I think this field is pretty weak. So $4.80 looked a reasonable price for number 7, Fleeting Spirit.
Beautiful. So Verbal's $3, and that's race 5, number 2. Race 6, number 2, Fleeting Spirit for Nash, around $4.80 there with Bet365. Thanks for that, mate. We appreciate it, and we'll check out the scratchings tomorrow, but I reckon it's a bet there. I reckon Verbal $3 and Fleeting Spirit, of course.
Yeah. Beautiful. All right.
Thanks,
soon,
mate.
Thanks.
See you, mate. Chris Nelson, thanks to Racing Queensland, is ready to go. Now, Chris O is a trial watcher. We'll get his opinion on Kaying Rising as I say hello to you.
Morning, Gareth. Yeah, I wouldn't say I was over the moon. I mean, the horse did as much as they wanted it to do. I thought Linebacker travelled just as well as Kaying Rising late. Little bit of pressure on Overpass, but not much. Yep. So, I mean, if you just didn't know anything about Kaying Rising and you jumped off you woke up from a 20-year sleep, you'd just say, oh, yeah, it wasn't a bad trial. There was 3 of them there that all were given a pretty easy time, particularly the winner and Carrying Rising. So you don't know what is there under the bonnet once Zach Purton, if he had cut the ribbons, it could have been a different story. So, yeah, I'm not overly excited, but, I don't think I'll be taking $1.50, put it that way.
I think what we learnt from that is that you're right. You don't know. Like, if you look at the Chris Waller trained horses and you don't know they're trained by Chris Waller, you think, oh, they got beat a long way, but that's how Chris Waller horses trial. And then you've got Carrying Rising, which we've seen him win most of his trials in Hong Kong. He even burns up the track in a gallop. I think the big concern for mine is that's the first time he's seen a rain affected track or a track with a little bit of give in it. And I don't know if he was completely happy in it. So if there's rain or if it's a wet track come Everest Day, it's definitely game on. He won't be starting $1.50.
No, I couldn't be taking that price. And look, he did what he did today. But if you took the dollar, if you got a better price, earlier in the year, you wouldn't be jumping through hoops now, saying and getting very excited, saying, I've got the money in the pocket.
Yeah.
I'd be thinking the other way. Maybe I'm in a bit of trouble here, probably. But as I said, we don't know what was there, and that's the key.
All right then, mate. What about tomorrow there at where we're racing Doomben, of course? Where do we start with your plays?
Just a couple, no prices at this stage. Race 5 is a good race. Just Precious has been accepted for and scratched a few times recently. Probably the class runner in the race from a good gate. Metal Man has won on debut and won impressively at Eagle Farm recently. But the one I'm going to go with here, I'm hoping we get a little bit of each way, is number 9, Wisniewska. Formerly ran around in Sydney, has been doing most recent racing up here, trained by Chris Lees. Now, a good third at Doomben 2 back in Saturday company behind Impervious. 52 kilos there, ran on well. Now, Gold Coast last time out in a race that was a very strange sort of race, difficult race to sort. A roughie won it. She went to 60 kilos. I don't think she handled the 60 kilos at all. So she's back to 54 tomorrow, and she's back to 1,200 metres, and I think she can improve. So race 5, number 9, Wisniewska. And we go to race 8, number 6, Hatchet. Now, he's a pretty good fresh horse, Hatchet. He ran well first up in only a field of 4 at Eagle Farm. He sat outside the lead there. He did a good job with the 60 kilos. Second up record's a good one. Down to 55, Ben Thompson jumps on. I think he looks well placed. Race 8, number 6, Hatchet.
Beautiful, mate. We'll catch up with you there tomorrow to get your full set of tips and see what the prices are doing there for bag of tips there heading towards that Doomben meeting.
Thanks, Gareth. You have a good day.
Good on you, Chris. Chris Nelson there. Mitchy Lewis at Sale. He likes race 1, number 1, Faster Bullet. He says he's sticking with him, giving him another chance. Last start made him rated well, and he gets a soft race map again. So looks well, a good setup for Faster Bullet. And he's keen on race 7, number 3, Fringe Monster. In form now, having won 2 of his last 3, rising back to the 1,400. Should suit as he looks to get a softer map than the favourites in the race. So Mitchy Lewis playing a couple there at Sale. Race 1, number 1, race 7, number 3. And at Mount Gambier, likes race 5, number 1, Magic Field. Well supported last time and got caught in the last ride on the line. Likes his track and trip and goes well here. Should go close again. Expected to be well supported when the markets come out. That's race 5, horse number 1. Time for a break. We'll come back with the Bet365 Country Racing Hour.
chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
He hasn't had a run for a month, and he hasn't done too much serious work in that amount of time. So it's the first time he's done anything competitive in a while. The track was a little bit soft for him. He's not totally at home on that ground, but I thought he tried well enough. I was hoping he'd change his leg, but he didn't. But that's him.
So that's Zach Purton. You can read that into that how you like, basically. As Zach pointed out, he probably needs to improve and he'll be fitter for that trial. As I said before, I reckon he wants a firm track come the Everest. He's still at $1.70 with Bet365, so he hasn't moved from that quote whatsoever. And we haven't got a Caulfield Guineas market since the barrier draw, but the two big guns, Autumn Boy barrier 1 and Woden barrier number 10, and barrier 14 for Vinrock, the Victorian. So he's drawn out the car park in a way, but he will go forward, Vinrock. So he'll put some speed into the race in the early part. That's if he jumps, of course, from that gate. He missed the kick there the other day at Moonee Valley, but it's an interesting Caulfield Guineas now after that barrier draw. We'll take a break. We'll come back with plenty more straight after this. This is Giddy Up on a busy Tuesday morning, all thanks to Bet365.
chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. We'll have Liam Howley. He's got for the Country Racing Hour. He'll join us straight after the 11 o'clock news. He's got Station 1, of course, in his barn. He's won now the Gumbauer Cup, the Matoa Cup, the Morong Cup, the Traralgon Cup, the Dunkeld Cup, and the Kyneton Cup. He is the Cup's king in Country Victoria. So looking forward to catching up with Liam. And obviously he's based at Mount Macedon as well, who had, of course, strangles that ripped through that race training complex there just outside of Melbourne. So we'll chat to Liam about that. And David Wills' interesting story. Hasn't trained for a long time and he produced a winner, Santa Casa Beach. He was first up in about 3 years yesterday in the trots at Horsham. And then after that, we'll find you some winners with Bag of Tips. News time.
Powered by Signet. Good morning, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. There is widespread condemnation after vandals used the 2-year anniversary of the October 7 Hamas attacks to spray paint a billboard in Melbourne's inner north with the words "Glory to Hamas." Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen telling the ABC it's highly offensive.
I'll be guided by Victoria Police who will be investigating. We need to remember that this is not in the spirit of peace. I won't even give breath to the name of that organisation that's mentioned on that billboard.
There is confidence Australia's security alliance with Papua New Guinea will contribute to stability in the Asia-Pacific. A landmark pact has been signed where, in the event of an attack, both countries will come to each other's aid. PM Anthony Albanese telling Nine it's a significant mark of friendship and respect.
It really is a concrete example now in writing of what is our most important relationship, so that our nearest neighbour is our newest ally.
Australia's 3 major telcos will be subject to greater scrutiny over the performance of the 000 service from next month. Legislation will be introduced giving the custodian of the emergency phone number greater powers to demand real-time information about any risk to the call service. And the Nobel Prize for Medicine has been awarded to 3 scientists, 2 from the US and 1 from Japan, for discovering how our immune system protects us. Up next, SEN Sport. Thanks to Unibet. Gamble responsibly. NFL's final game of Week 5 is coming up soon with the Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. The Jaguars are 3-1 so far this season and the Chiefs looking for their 3rd win of the year. And Adelaide has reportedly opted out of the race for Melbourne's Clayton Oliver, with Collingwood and GWS believed to be the current teams interested.
Last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Teds would turn for home in the Cup. 250 left to travel. Station 1 leads only narrowly. Samurai Stars on the scene. I Got You coming home late. Papal Army as well. Station 1 kicked though at the 100. Put up a length on Samurai Star. And Station 1, well rated in front by Munro, comes clear. And the class horse of the race wins it comfortably by 3.5.
He's hard to get past, especially in a country cup, Station 1, and he does it again. He adds the Gumbauer Cup there on Saturday to his Matoa Cup, Morong Cup, Traralgon Cup, Dunkeld Cup and Kyneton Cup. Liam Halley's done a wonderful job with him, and he joins us here on the Bet365 Country Racing Hour on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. Liam, congratulations. What a beauty he is.
Yeah, morning, Gareth. Thanks for having me. No, he's a stable star, that's for sure.
Were you expecting that performance there at Gumbauer on Saturday?
Oh, look, you're taking a horse like that to Gumbauer. You hope he's going to get it done. He's been working well. We sort of, with his rating the way it was through the winter, had to be running in town, which is probably not his go, but back on the firmer tracks and back in the country cup class, he seems to know when he's running for silverware, that's for sure.
Yeah, so what do you do with him now? What cups do you aim him up at?
We just let the dust settle. Kyneton Cup's always on his agenda, being the local cup, so that was sort of the plan, third up. Whether he goes into it second up, the win was probably a bit better than I was expecting, so we'll just see how he is over the next little bit of time. We'll give him a couple of days in the paddock just to freshen up, and then we'll get back into him. Avoca's probably the one that sticks out, just that second tier cup. I think is probably a good target for him, again at 1,800, and then see where we're at come Kyneton.
And with those tracks in those country areas you just pointed out, with his racing pattern, he's definitely a hard horse to get past.
Yeah, he probably showed a bit more maturity. I thought, Saturday's win was probably up there with the best of them, because usually he's quite vulnerable when he gets taken on early in the run, and that's sort of his one probably downfall when he goes to that city class level, is when he gets taken on, he sort of empties a bit quick, but he showed a good bit of maturity there on Saturday, because he got taken on and then they come at him at the bend, but when Danny Gibby went across the backside, he lifted and did it pretty well in the end, so hopefully it's a good sign going forward.
And obviously you're based at Mount Macedon, or you're at Kyneton these days. You've got stables at Mount Macedon, haven't you?
I've actually moved out of Macedon. I've got the sole base here at Kyneton now.
So that's lucky then.
Yes, no, we got out just before the disaster struck. So the team's fully based here now, and we're utilising the team over at Widden. We're partnered up with them, so we'll do a bit of pre-training over there with Jeremy Vaughan and his team, and got a good crew here.
How many are you working at the moment, mate?
We're 40 in work.
Yeah,
all up. So
that'll keep you busy.
Plenty busy.
We're getting some good winners out of that Kyneton Training Centre.
Yeah, it's a good setup now. Charles Casso next door, he's flying, and plenty of other winners coming. So it's a really good setup. The team's done a good job. New track manager done a great job with the training tracks, and the course proper looks in terrific order, ready for Thursday's kickoff. So things are going well.
Any winners for us this week?
Winners this week. Bay of Z is a horse that has a lot more ability than what her form would suggest. She's her own worst enemy, but she'll hopefully kick off or return to the races on Thursday here. Probably Naragi next Tuesday is probably one to follow.
Beautiful. So we should have something on Bay of Sea there in the fourth race at Bet365 Kyneton on Saturday.
Barrier's out yet? You better let me know.
Barrier 14. Unfortunately. Sorry.
We might wait till Sunday and go to Seymour.
All right, mate. Hey, well done, Liam. He's a star Station 1. He's the Country Cup's king. There's no doubt about that. And he's been a marvel. He's nearly won $500,000 in prize money. So he's done a great job. And well done there, taking out the Gumbauer Cup on Saturday.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Beautiful. Great to catch up there with Liam Howley. We might take a break, or is David Wills ready to go? David Wills is ready to go. This is what happened yesterday in the first race at the Horsham Trots.
off the back was reasonably quick, but into the straight. The leader shaken up, Santa Casa Beach. The outside Ultimate Vinny, He's All Talk, went for the inside, runs almost level. It's Santa Casa Beach and He's All Talk. Young Bluey's out now and starting to flash. He's All Talk, put its nose in front, lifting again in the centre, Santa Casa Beach. Santa Casa Beach has lifted again and Young Bluey flying out wide. Terrific finish in the first.
This is some story. That was David Wills' first runner since the 19th of March 2014, and it was Santa Casa Beach's first start since the 4th of December 2021, so nearly 4 years. And he was able to lead all of the way. What a return. What a training performance. And David joins us here on Giddy Up. David, congratulations.
Thanks, Gareth.
Were you expecting that?
Well, he sort of we trialled him at a Chuka.
Yeah.
And he won the trial pretty easy, and I thought, well, he led in that trial, and he was hit. His legs were hitting the wheels on the cart, and he got a bit fired up. But anyway, his class comes through. He won pretty easy, and everyone else thought he'd probably go a bit better than I thought. But I would have liked to have had one more trial in him.
Yeah.
But I thought, well, the nominations from Horsham were extended, and I thought, well, I've got to go somewhere. So it was either Mildura or Horsham, so we decided to go with Horsham.
So where are you based?
I'm based at Warraneen in Swan Hill, near Swan Hill.
So that's a fair old hike to get to Horsham. And how was that, mate? You haven't trained since, 2014? You get your first winner. What was that feeling like?
Oh, look, I'm just so happy for this horse, you know.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of time going into him. It's a lot of people. Like, it's been a family affair. My wife, my son, my daughter, because he had a little bit of a skin issue at the start when halfway through, and she sort of said, "Look, try this on him with a remedy apart from all the other stuff." And the vets have, and it sort of cleared up, and that's helped a hell of a lot. Stephen Jenmy, my farrier, like without him, I don't think. With their feet, because a lot of with the paces or any horses, their feet,
Yeah.
So, but it's just I've had a lot of time. I had to put the rehab into him. I wasn't just going to get him and then just go to the races. I had to put a hell of a lot of work into him, slow work, and he's done the rehab. But whether it was like a footballer. You play practice matches. You can do all them you like, but it's getting to the proper match, like race fitness.
What was wrong with him?
He broke a pedal bone.
Oh, okay. Geez, you've done a mighty job. Even he's had that long off, nearly 4 years, basically.
Yeah, well, he had Russell Jack had him and Nathan Jack. Todd Rivett's been fantastic too, and his family. And one day I went over there and to have a look at another horse, actually for a girl to ride, because Todd was wanting to get rid of it was a pacer, but to go in the shows and that. And it was a lovely little horse, but I sort of didn't have anyone at that stage to take him. And then I went back probably a few weeks later, and he said to me, "You want a horse?" I said, "Oh yeah." I said, "I've got a couple here. Come and have a look." Well, I looked at this bloke, and he was big, and he was fat, and he was hairy. He was more like a Clydesdale, but not that long. And he said, "Well, yeah, if you want, we'll work out something, and you can take him and try him." And I looked at his replays. I thought, well, because he won 4 in a row at Melton.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, a horse like him has got the ability. It's just whether... But I knew it was going to be a lot of time. It was going to be a hell of a lot to get him that rehab into him.
So did he inspire you to get back into the game?
No, just work commitments, because I work on a fruit block.
Yeah.
I'm a manager, a foreman there, and it's just hard times. The winter's probably a bit easier for me, but we're getting into our busy season now.
Yeah.
So, no, it wasn't that. It was just the work, and I could hardly do one horse. I can't do. So I was never ever going to get out of it. It was always in the blood,
Bloody, it's a great story, mate. You should be super proud.
Look, mate, we're really proud of the horse.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you a funny little story.
Yeah.
Once I got him up going. I got him into the cart, because that was a fair. It was 9 months before I even put him into the cart. And one day I was working him down the back, and this rabbit ran out in front of me, and it was going the same way as we were going. And this horse seen this rabbit, and he absolutely just wanted to pick up the bit and sort of chase it. And I thought, well, you haven't lost the desire of having a go. So that was a good sign,
Yeah. The bloody rabbit told you.
Well, that's, what are you going to do? Things happen for a reason. And
100%.
when he sort of got going, I thought, well, he still hasn't lost that urge to win. And that's the thing. He can hold his pace for a hell of a long way. And it was just a matter of his fitness,
How's he pulled up?
Yeah, he's pulled up good. He's bucking and kicking this morning. When I put him out, he's ate up. And so, he's no, not a problem. But he's just a day-to-day proposition, you know.
Swan Hill Cup's just around the corner, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but he's not eligible for that because of the prize money thing.
Oh, okay. There you go.
So his next race will hopefully in a fortnight's time at Mildura.
Yep.
And then I might give him a break because he's been up for a hell of a long time.
What's his rating?
Now I think he's 97. I think now he was at 93.
Geez, we could have got him for that slot race for Bircham.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's so. And then I'll just give him probably a little bit of a freshen up and a break, and then because he's a country cup horse if he stays sound, like the Bort Bort Cup, Gumbauer Cup, them sort of races.
Hey, it's a great story, David. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Some training performance, as I said, hasn't started for nearly since the 4th of December 2021, and to get into fire in a fast class race like that first up isn't easy to do. So. Great training performance just with the one horse as well. So well done, mate. Enjoy a couple of beers and look forward to seeing him at Mildura in a couple of weeks' time.
No worries. Thanks for your time, Gareth.
That's a good story. David Wills there with Santa Casa Beach. His first runner since 2014 as a trainer. Produces a horse first up in close to 4 years and wins and leads all of the way at Horsham. That'll be a hard training feat to beat in any code. We'll take a break. We'll come back with a few winners today with Bag of Tips.
last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up Bag of Tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
We head to St Razor today in Victoria to kick off Bet365's Bag of Tips. Also sponsored, of course, by Oz Equipment Rentals. G'day to Shane Bennett and the team there, along with the Ultima Hotel. We're on a good 4 rails in the True with racing in St Razor this afternoon. And Murray James joins us now with the track update. G'day, Murray.
Hello, Gareth.
How are you? What are we expecting today, mate?
I think the track's as even as I can get it. It's we've got Stephen Valor up here at the moment.
Yep.
Staying for a month, and he done a bit of fast work on it this morning, and thought it was pretty well spot on. So we're hoping it races like that.
Perfect. What about the conditions this afternoon in Mildura?
24 degrees, sunshine, and
what a stupid question at this time of the year. I should know. What are any wind conditions to report?
No, it's very calm. It was compared to the last few weeks we've had, it's been pretty windy, but no, today's just a perfect day. So.
Beautiful, mate. Well, we appreciate that track update. Looks like it's going to be a good day's racing there. Good luck.
Liam Reardon's just walked it, and he said much the same thing, that it should race well. So.
All right, perfect. Then he could be in for another big day at Mildura, Liam Reardon today. So
he could be too. If he's walking the track this early, I thought that's a bit
The flight must have come early, I reckon. He had nothing else to do. Any whispers from the locals today?
Not a lot. I think it'll be a shindig between Valor and Mathrick, so I think that'll be a little. No, there's no locals that are much good of it.
All right, we'll watch with interest. Thanks for that, mate.
Good on you, guys.
There's Murray James there, and Patrick and Michelle Payne will play a major part at Mildura today as well. The Sultan, Dave Strelaw, joins us now. G'day, Dave.
Morning, Gareth. How's it going?
Good, thanks, mate. Everybody's talking about Carrying Rising's trial. We had Zach Purton straight after the trial saying he reckons he needs to improve. He didn't handle the going. Some say he'll be okay. What's the Sultan say?
Yeah, I thought it was the best thing that could have possibly happened to that race. If he comes out and he brains him in a trial, well, what do you go around, $1.30, and then all of a sudden you're just talking about who's going to run second. And the best thing about that trial is some people thought it was a beauty, and some people like me thought that the hands were pretty loose in the last 200, and if he let him go, I'm not entirely sure how much was left there, and if he did let him go a little bit, all of a sudden if he doesn't respond visually, it's not that nice a trial. So, look, off the strength of that, we don't see him again probably until we see him on Everest Day.
Yeah.
How do you back him at $1.50? You look for something else, don't you?
Gee, some swagger too. You see Wayne Hawkes walking out of Flemington today, say bring it on. I know that Aussie and the boys are keen now with Jimmy Starr. It gives a lot of people a lot of hope now, basically.
I'm waiting to see which 3-year-old gets a slot, Tempted, Baywalk, or both. Because, geez, it's been a good race for 3-year-olds.
It has.
It's high pressure. They're down in the weights. You know, both of them back from 1,400 metres. That's your yes set up through the Golden Rose. I think one of those 3-year-olds is up to this in their eyeballs now, and I'm hoping both of them, or at least one of them, runs.
Yeah, one will run, and they're going to run two, they say. They don't want to clash them in an Everest when they got the Coolmore that they want to win.
Yeah.
So they got 10.
Who would you run? I'd probably run Baywalk, because he's the one that has just run a really strong 14, and that's the type of horse that relishes a high-pressure 12.
100%. What do you, like, he rated through the roof, and it was a big spike for him. I guess that Waller's got to say, well, can he do it again on that quick backup, a quick enough backup anyway for him, and do it in an Everest when he's got the Coolmore in mind. You know, it'd make for great reality TV to have Andy Mackiff there holding court, Ma pleading his case, whether Waller wants to plead his case, and Anthony Freeman comes over the top, saying Tentaris, he'll benefit a lot from that Dane Hill. They're in a good spot anyway. And then Sheikh Mohammed comes over the top.
I'm not sure if that reality TV program quite has Love is Blind covered, but it'd still be worth watching.
So they'll make the decision today. So it makes it really interesting now. And Zach's as good as it comes when it comes to being interviewed. He says it how it is. There's no BS about Zach. So I think he was disappointed. He didn't completely say that, but he'd want to improve, I would imagine, the champ. Anyway, hey, we've got Mildura today, Bet365 Mildura. Your best comes up in race 5, number 1, the sprinting specialist there, Demojo.
Yeah, Demojo. Yeah, Sean Mathrick brings the favourite as well. But I think back to 1,000 metres, Marilyn Star, there's a little bit of pressure in this race, and it's only 100 metres, but they're just different tempos, 1,000 and 1,100, even though she's been running good time. I think she cops some pressure up front, and although Sean Mathrick goes well at Mildura, well, so does Kylie Bello. Her strike rate there is outstanding, and he's that one, Demojo, that he's got stronger form around him than the favourite in recent runs. He's a 1,000-metre winner in the past, and he just camps off that fast speed and has last say. And look, they went up, I think, about $1.60 for the mare, and Demojo about $2.80. He's been met with a little bit of support, but I've got them equal $2 favourites. So at the prices, he has to be the bet of the day because you could just get a much better price. And really, the horse I've got third pick, Bourbon Road, I think it is, has good ratings, but he hasn't won in a long time. He's been sparingly raced. He's had his issues. It's a race in 2, so you take the better price.
Yeah, Vela takes on Mathrick there in that race in the 5th race, $1.80 for Marilyn's Edge and Demojo $2.20. The horse that you like in the second race is your next best, Beltinian for Jared Robertson and Brad Barilla. This is much easier than that pretty handy race at Sandown the other day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that once they just went too slow.
Yeah.
And through the line, the horse ends up running past 100 metres past the post. I know they don't pay on 100 metres past the post, but she ends up running past everything that finished in front of her. And 1,600 metres was always going to be short of its best. So I think up in distance, 2,000 metres, a drop in class, a bit of tactical versatility, can either lead or the one for Meach and Kieran Maher might go forward and lead as well. But, geez, that was a week late last start. So a bit of versatility to either control things or slot in behind, I think just picks itself really off the strength of that last start run.
And you'll be taking the prize if you can land. Take the prize, and there's your best roughie for the day, $31 with Bet365.
Yeah, that comes up in the last.
Yeah.
And you look at its form, and I think 4 of its last 5, it's been beaten legitimately out of sight. So it's a speculator.
Yeah.
But if you just have a look at what happened last, she was absolutely terrible. And then the blinkers go on. Second up, rises to 1,400 metres, leads and wins. Now, if she can actually hold out Brulin, the favourite that's drawn out, and control things, or at least sit to its outside, I expect pretty sharp improvement. She actually trialled behind Skybird leading into the first up run, but just got too far back. Pretty one-dimensional. Yeah. Has to control things, be up on speed. The 4 kilos comes off, and open 51, little bit of specking, can back that each way in the last. And also race 7, Gareth, Vilnius. I'm looking for something to get back and run on in race 7. That's one that has jumped out pretty well, albeit over the short course of Geelong. But he's a former Waller horse. He's got a little bit of ability. He's won first up at Mildura in the past over 1,200 metres, and he actually beat the Mathrick horse that goes around in this on that day too. So I think he's a little bit of value as well. So it's only a 7-race card, but they're 4 pretty strong winning opportunities. The other races, let's just watch them go around. But it's always nice to see 7 and 7. Just ease the workload early in the week.
So race 5, number 1, your best. Next best, race 2, number 3. Vilnius is race 6, number 2. And the best roughie, race 7, number 5. Your quaddie, you've got 2, 3, 4, 6 first leg, 1, 4, 3 second leg, third leg 1, 2 and 5. And you come home with 4 horses, 1, 2, 5 and 8. And for the 2 units fans out there, Thursday night you got your function. We can still get tickets.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, so we've got Matty Hill locked in. Will Hayes as well is going to be there.
Yes.
Obviously, my great mate Nick Foote
He'll be ready to go.
Extraordinaire.
Yes.
Form sensation as well, just flying at the moment. The hair's looking good. We'll be there. Brumanity.
Yes.
Beautiful venue.
It
Have
is.
you ever been there?
No, I have
Yeah.
that once. It is good.
Yeah, you got the rooftop overlooking the city. It's going to be 20 and no rain on Thursday as well. So the Melbourne Cup will be there. You can get a photo with the Melbourne Cup. It'll be there with a couple of security guards, just making sure people aren't doing anything silly with it. But that's pretty exciting. An official leg of the Melbourne Cup tour. We applied as a bit of a joke, and then they accepted it. So we went along with it.
Well done.
You get your tickets.
Yep.
2units.com.au.
Good on you, Salts. Good luck today at Mildura.
Thanks, mate. On air at 12:30. Me and Terry Bailey.
Oh, yes. Box office.
A few packages throughout the day, and looking forward to it.
Good on you, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Say good day to TB for us.
Yeah, we'll do.
There's the Sultan, Dave Streelaw. We'll take the new Semi Highlands to join me next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. On the second anniversary of the October 7 Hamas attack on Israel, where 1,200 people were killed, insensitive vandals have spray-painted glory to Hamas on a billboard in Melbourne's inner north. Australia's three major telcos will be subject to greater scrutiny over the performance of the 000 service from next month. The heads of Telstra, Optus and TPG are meeting the Communications Minister today. And the newly single Nicole Kidman is moving on after her split with Keith Urban, landing a new role announced as an ambassador for Chanel. Up next, sen.com.au sport. The Swans are exploring multiple options to snare Charlie Curnow from Carlton as AFL trading continues. Ahead of the Bathurst 1000, supercar drivers arrived at the foot of Mount Panorama this morning, and Aussie tennis player Daria Kasatkina has called time on her 2025 season, saying she's hit a wall both mentally and emotionally.
Last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
The great Semi Highland joins us. G'day, Semi. G'day, Semi.
Gareth.
Do you know what the highlight of my day was, Sam? Do you know what the highlight of my day was? Was watching you respond to watching me respond to what's that? Brad Gray's burner account.
Yeah, the parody account.
Yes.
The parody account.
Yes.
Now, I tell you, I've just responded. I've just responded like 3 minutes ago. Right now, I don't care. I don't care for social media. It's it is what it is. Who cares, right?
Yeah.
But this bloke, he just keeps chipping everyone on SEN Track, right? You know what? We had an enormous day yesterday, but dead set, I'm finding $16, $18 winners, equating to them $108, gets you $2,500, and you got this bloke giving you a chip.
Yeah, we don't even know who it is, Sammy.
Well, he's just the poor, sad human. Imagine sitting at home, taking off somebody else.
Yeah.
Could you... really?
He wouldn't be as good looking as Brad Gray anyway. I'll give you the tip. He's the best looking tipster in the game, B. Gray.
It's just horrendous, the poor buggers. But further to that, now something I want to bring up to you this morning, because I've been busy. Kids are back at school.
Yep.
I always listen. Cleaning the caravan. I took the caravan off. We're good to go. I'm for today. Did I hear you cheating on J-Mac this morning? You were flirting outrageously with Zach Burton. Said he's going to.
I love Zach.
Hats, and I think this is going to get very tricky for you.
No, Zach gives me a lot more than J-Mac does these days. So no,
I was like, hang on a minute, is he trying to get two on the run?
Do you know, Zach? He says it how it is. Really, remember the time he said to me, Gareth? I said, "Will J-Mac go to Hong Kong?" He goes, "Well, if he saw my bank balance, he would."
He's got a lot of swagger, Zach.
He has. And do you know what?
I tell you what didn't have too much swagger this morning. Car Ying, he didn't have too much. You said he didn't move on it. He looked like he was moving on it to me.
Yeah,
he was rubbing it up the neck and it wasn't responding.
Well, do you know what? It's hard to see with the screens, and I'm trying to describe it live, Sammy, but as Aussie punting battlers have just tweeted, there's a lot of trial experts out there, but I think the only opinion that matters really is Zach saying was okay past mark but needs to improve.
Yeah, I'd be... I wouldn't be taking the short price from what I saw. But anyway, you never know. He might come on from the trial and, that linebacker, he's a 7 furlong mile horse, isn't he?
Can't believe he hasn't got a slot for the Everest now. Yulong should have just wrapped him up, put him in.
Remember when you said She's an Artist was going to the
I didn't say that. Geez, you're putting words in my mouth once again. It was that. What about your splashback? I guess you won there the other day. I didn't say that. People were saying that anyway.
Hey. Don't you talk dirty about Splashy. She's an absolute superstar.
Yeah.
Righto,
All
Mildura today. Now, as has been highlighted, Dog and I had a huge day yesterday, and do you know what? There's every chance we'll do it again today. Now, my best yesterday, I have to give myself an uppercut. They weren't good enough. That $20 shot at Ballarat ran fifth, went all right, needs 2,000, needs further. But anyway, today we are going to Mildura, race 4, number 3, Mission Gold. Patrick Payne, he just loves taking a truckload to Mildura, doesn't he? And I think this horse will be improved from its first up run. Neil Farley on board. It'll be too good for him. And it's been beaten 4 lengths in a super maiden up in Sydney. You'd reckon that'd towel these up in Mildura. So you can get it at $2.20. Then we go to Newcastle. We are going race 6, number 1, Coyus for Nassim Dilmi and Grant Bucko Buckley. This is been effective first up before, hasn't won, but has a second alongside its name. I think it's sharp enough, this horse, and I think it can run well here. So from the one gate, gets a sweet run. You can get it at about $3.30. Then we go to Goulburn. We'll get the money early there. Race 1, number 3, DD Express. It's very short, but it'll be too good. And here's the value for the day. Race 7, number 10, Grandia Rose. She is a dead-set old banger, this, but she loves Kilcoy. Montana Philpott takes kilo and a half off. She's had 14 goes around Kilcoy for 3 wins, 2 seconds and 2/3. And from the good gate, she'll get a good run. So I've done quaddies for every race meeting today, but I'll give you Mildura.
Yep.
First leg, number 3, Mission Gold, 1 out. Then second leg, 1, 4 and 8. Third leg, 5, 1 and 2. Last leg, 3, 6 and 8. So first leg, 3, 1 out. Second leg, 1, 4 and 8. Third leg, 5, 1 and 2. And the last leg, 3, 6 and 8. That is a $27 quaddie there for you, Gareth.
You go and get him today, Sammy. Brownie's with you as well. We look forward to it. Good luck with your bust out there on X. I wish you the best of luck with the person we don't even know who you're talking to.
I mean, sometimes you just think, he chips miles, he chips tags, he chips everyone, and I'm a team player, and I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah,
for
I love
SEN
it,
Track.
Sammy.
We're the best.
Yes.
We are the best.
Just stick it up 'em, Sammy. Good on you, brother. Thanks for that. There's Sammy Highland, who'll be with Brownie today. What a combination. They're very entertaining. Even if they tip winners, even if they don't tip winners, they're entertaining to listen to, especially on a Tuesday afternoon. Brownie likes Newcastle. Race 4, number 1, Power of the Brave. Race 3, number 1 at Goulburn, Ken Kerr. Race 3, number 4 at Mildura, Of the View. And Kilcoy, race 2, number 1, Muchachacho. Race 2, number 1. Luke Ovanessian likes race 2, number 1, Open Secret. Race 7, number 5, Crayon at Goulburn. And then at Newcastle, race 4, number 1, Power of the Brave. Race 5, number 10, Where's My Halo? And race 6, number 1, Koyos. We'll take a break. We'll get some trots and dogs tips straight after this. Brennan Ryan, he's been waiting patiently. Brennan, go and get a cup of coffee and I'll catch up with you straight after this.
chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Thanks to Taz Racing. He's a superstar greyhound tipster. Brennan Ryan joins us. The first race at the Hobart Dogs is 7 minutes away. Who are we backing today there, Brennan? So say hello to you, mate.
Yeah, hey, Gareth. I'm going to stick with Promises Made there in the first, prepared by Nicole Howard. She's in impeccable form at the moment, Nicole, and got a good couple of chances across the card. It's a juvenile race, so I think it's a very strong chance. I think I understand it's short in the market, but it's worth the investment.
What number?
Number 7.
All right, then Promises Made, $2.90 with Bet365. That will do us to kick off proceedings. What else have you got for us?
Race number 2, I've got Pappy Van Winkle. He was a first-up winner in Hobart last Thursday night. He backs up here, same box 8 in the 340, trained by Pat Ryan. I expect him to go very close. It's a tough little race for a 340-metre event, but I think he can get the job done there in race number 2.
What else have you got with your best bets?
Race 6, number 1, Party Popper, and race 9, Spare a Dime from box 3.
Race 6, number 8, race 6, number 1, Party Popper.
Yeah, and race 9, number 3, Spare a Dime.
Beautiful. Race 9. So we're on the first dog, which is race 1, number 8, Promises Made. Then we go to race 2, number 6. We'll get the cash there with race 8, race 2, number 8, Pappy Van Winkle. And then race 6, number 1.
That's it.
Beautiful. Hey, go and get it, mate. Thanks for that, Brennan.
Very good. Thanks, Gareth.
There's Brennan Ryan. Thanks to Taz Racing. Darren Carroll likes race 1, number 5. Maxie wants to play at Mildura tonight. Race 3, number 4, Sonora Sunset. Race 6, number 7, Lestrepo. And at Shepparton tonight, race 4, number 2, Captain Molly. He had another perfect day there yesterday at Horsham, Darren Carroll. And Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. Michael Dumacy likes race 5, number 1, Double Lou. Race 7, number 8, Matt Gregor's Boy. That's at Menangle. And at Young, race 3, number 1, Line Me Up Bro. And race 4, number 1, McLean. Time for a break. Bag of tips coming up. Not bag of tips. Facing the Breeze coming up next with Timmy O'Connor and Anthony Butt.
last chance. Final release tickets to the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup Carnival are almost sold out. Tickets from $50 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. Garrard's Horse and Hound. Stocking the largest range at the best prices. Visit horseandhound.com.au. Live across Australia on SEN Track. This is Facing the Breeze with Gareth Hall.
Time to talk some harness racing. Thanks to Gareth's Horse and Hound. The best range and prices on all equine essentials. Visit horseandhound.com.au. And the Sportsbet Victoria Cup, Saturday, October 18. Watch it live on 7-2 and Sky. Visit thetrots.com.au. Timmy O'Connor joins me this week for Facing the Breeze. Hello, Tim.
G'day, mate. Great to be on.
What an exciting new announcement from HRV. $1.5 million in bonuses announced across the Summer of Glory. So what does that mean? What do you need to do to win those bonuses?
Yeah, very exciting, Gareth. So $1 million of that $1.5 million is available for paces and $500,000 for trotters. Okay. It's right across the 6 big weeks of the Summer of Glory Carnival. What do you need to do? Well, you need to win 4 of the big races, either the pacing races or the trotting races across that 6 weeks, including the big ones, either the Hunter Cup or the Great Southern Star. So this is the 6-week carnival kicks off January 10, Gareth, next year at Bendigo. Then it goes to Shepparton, Ballarat, Cranbourne, Kilmore, and then at Melton for the Hunter Cup Great Southern Star. So you win 3 in the lead-up, and then you've got to win one of the big ones. So it's not easy, but it's doable.
Leap to Fame will be here, surely.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of this, is to attract and keep these great horses that we love from right around the country and, of course, New Zealand. We want them to come here to Victoria, not just for the Hunter Cup or the Great Southern Star, but in the lead-up and head to these regional centres. I mean, I'd love to see Leap to Fame at Ballarat, my home track, just down the road, and great work by the 2 clubs in particular, Kilmore and Cranbourne, for really boosting the prize money for their 2 features, and they've been slotted in to this new look and revamped Summer of Glory Carnival. The Ballarat club has also tipped in some money to make their Trotters Cup, Gareth, a Group 1 as well.
How exciting is that? So the Victoria Cup comes up quickly, and it'd be interesting to see how Leap to Fame goes on Saturday night. He's drawn 6, I think, in the Smoking Up Sprint. He'll win that for fun, you would imagine.
You'd think so, yeah. Barrier 6, that's hot off the press. Bulletproof Boy draws the pole. Some of the other key runners, Rock and Roll Doer, past Victoria Cup champion, draws Barrier 8 for Michael Stanley. And Bay of Biscay, the reigning Eureka champion, has Gate 7 for Emma Stewart. Great news, Adam Hamilton reported, Gareth, this week that Leap to Fame will obviously run in the Smoking Up this Saturday night. Then he'll roll into the Victoria Cup, and then he'll hang around and have one more lead-up race either the week after or the fortnight after, and head to New Zealand for the Cup from Victoria. So they're not taking him back home. So great news there for fans of Leap to Fame.
And then you've got the Victoria Cup. This Bet365 market's interesting now. You should have got the $34 when we told you with Kingman. He's into $7 now.
Yes.
He'll get a start, won't he?
Well, you'd think so, based off his performance last weekend. Are you involved at the price, Gareth?
Yeah, we are actually.
Good.
Swayze, what's Swayze? He's
around the $4.
He's definitely coming. Some say he wouldn't be coming. He's definitely coming.
Ask you. He's definitely coming.
Definitely coming. Jason Grimson just confirmed that. So he'll be there. Leap to Fame at $1.40. The perfect scenario would be Swayze leading, Kingman on his back, Leap to Fame, the breeze. That's the only chance we've got to win. But I reckon Swayze's harder to beat at Melton because, he's vulnerable at Menangle when you can come off his back like that. It's a different ball game at Melton, I reckon. So if he draws the lead, that $5 isn't a bad bet. It's going to be a great race.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. It'll be all on 7-2 as well, Gareth, the big free-to-air coverage, and on the back of the Caulfield Cup and Everest cards in the Gallops. It's great to hear that Swayze is coming because I was talking to a few people yesterday. He's probably the only horse that would hold Leap to Fame out. Would you agree with that?
Maybe
Nobody
Kingman
else.
might. Kingman might over 2,200 metres if he gets there late, I reckon.
Yeah. So we need it. We need Swayze here, though, to really
100%.
give this race everything that it deserves. And catch a wave, too. I mean, I know he's an enigmatic, tricky customer. We joke about him a lot on the Friday form panel, but he was very good again on Saturday night, and we saw that devastating win first up about a month ago at Melton. So he's got to be factored in on the edge way.
He can't win the Victoria Cup.
He probably can't.
If he
Can Bay of
starts
Biscay?
now.
Can Bay of Biscay?
Bay of Biscay, no.
I would say no.
No. I think
Max
Swayze...
Delight, the old boy?
No, he can't. I think Swayze... I think Kingman a half a chance now and Leap to Fame. Swayze will improve off that effort. Kingman, if he has to be, he'd have to be on the fence. Kingman, if he's not on the fence, can't win. And Leap to Fame can win from anywhere, but he'll probably draw 8. If he does, it's game on again. I won't laugh for Grant Dixon, of course, but if he draws 1-8, it'll be interesting. So that barrier draw for the Victoria Cup, when is that?
That will be next Tuesday morning. That'll be done on Sky Racing. We'll have the final field revealed Monday, though, Gareth, so if we might be able to jump on air and talk through the field before the barrier draw next week.
Beautiful. What time's the barrier draw?
It'll be around the 9 o'clock, I'd say.
All right.
Yeah, 9 o'clock on Tuesday. And we'll have the nominations at the Trot. So the final nominations up online at thetrots.com.au on Friday afternoon, about 4 p.m, I'd say. So hopefully we get a good book of, I don't know, 20-odd nominations for the race. Can't wait for it. And just obviously Don Hugo's not involved in the Victoria Cup, Gareth, but with this big bonus that's up for grabs next year for the Pacers, I reckon Luke McCarthy will be targeting the Hunter Cup and some of the big regional features, Ballarat, Cranbourne, Shepparton.
Kingman's his best horse.
You reckon he's better than Don Hugo?
He'd lap Don Hugo, Kingman.
Big call.
That's not a big call. That's fact, I think. I think if you asked Luke, that would be his opinion. He's just a better horse, Kingman, than Don Hugo. So Kingman might come for those country cups.
Okay.
Or Don Hugo might go to New South Wales. You don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But Kingman's the real deal, Timmy. Don't worry about that.
He is. So's Leap to Fame. I reckon he's got it just about in the bag. The last big Australian feature left to add to his CV.
Thanks, brother.
Cheerio.
That is Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. I'll catch you again tomorrow.